1, 2. Hello?
Yeah.
I think we can start. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Luxembourg, to the 17th European Corporate Governance Conference. We have a very busy program today with very distinguished speakers. So you will have here access to Wi-Fi because we have 3 panels and there will be audience polls. So you will get the explanations from the panels how it works. So have your mobile phones ready. It will be very exciting. And to open this conference, we have the honor to welcome our Minister of Justice, Mr. Felix Bratz.
Now it's working? Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the 17th edition of the European Corporate Governance Conference. I noted that we have people coming from over 25 different countries. I guess that's 26. And I hope that you all had a good journey traveling to Luxembourg. The Luxembourg presidency of the Council of the European Union, together with the European Commission, and with the support of the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and EY, are holding this conference here in Luxembourg to discuss the evolution of corporate governance practices and its implications. I would also like to warmly thank the University of Luxembourg, the Institut Luxembourgeois des Administrateurs, ILA, the Commission de Surveillance du Secteur Financier, CSSF, and the Academy of European Law, ERA, for their commitment, which largely contributed to stitch together the prestigious program of today. Please allow me to say that this is now a tradition, since Luxembourg was already host to the 2nd edition of the European Corporate Governance Conference back in 2005. Besides, let me point out that following this 2nd conference, the Institut Luxembourgeois des Administrateurs was inaugurated with the aim to aid and support directors in their functions. Today, ILA is a member of ECODA and is actively contributing to the effective application of corporate governance principles in the Luxembourg economy. Since 2005, major developments have happened in the corporate world, and we all have been witnesses to the subsequent fundamental changes in the world of corporate governance. Whereas some of these changes have been the normal course of events, as for example the creation or a revision of corporate governance codexes, others are the reflection of the global financial crisis, which has contributed to major landscape changes in this respect. Another important factor to take into account in our strategic thinking is the development of the digital world, which evolves at great pace, such that we need to make our corporate governance framework fit to technological innovation. Digitalization will improve corporate governance, in particular in terms of access to information or exercising shareholders' rights, not to mention that it is an important cost-saving tool for our companies. Of course, with these new realities, other aspects have flown into debates, such as EU rules on data protection, which are negotiated right now, and we will probably have a political final agreement on the data protection package today in Strasbourg, which is good news, or also for cybersecurity. But we need to keep in mind that developing the digital dimension of the single market is an essential objective for fostering the competitiveness of the European Union. And a sound corporate governance is essential to ensure that companies are well governed and sustainable in the long term. In general terms, the definition of corporate governance remains the same, namely a system of rules, practices, and processes by which a company is directed and controlled. The essential aim of such a system is to enhance transparency in the way companies operate and to empower shareholders. Yet the challenge is to strike an adequate balance between the different interests at stake, be it those of the managers, board members, shareholders, or other actors. This balance needs to be adjusted from time to time, sometimes more, sometimes less, but always in order to adapt to the evolution of the corporate world. As policy leaders, it should be our shared ambition to contribute to the creation of a solid corporate governance system that fosters performance as well as compliance. Under these conditions, we will be able to ensure competitiveness of our companies without imposing too heavy burdens, while leaving enough flexibility to adapt to the fast-changing pace of today's economy. I strongly believe that growth and progress must always be underpinned by trust and by responsibility. This is why corporate governance is key to achieve our objectives and to master our future challenges. In this context, the actions undertaken by the European legislator are of major importance as they reflect the European and global perspective of our businesses. As a strong economic player with multinational companies operating all around the world, I am very confident that the European Union and its corporate entities can provide significant added value regarding the development and implementation of corporate governance principles worldwide. From a regulatory point of view, such added value can only be provided if the rules that are enacted at European Union level take into account the size of the businesses to which they apply and do not follow the idea that one size fits it all. As you know, the Luxembourg presidency has started trilogue negotiations with the European Parliament and the European Commission on the revision of the existing Shareholder Rights Directive. The aim of this revision is to improve the overall quality of corporate governance by further encouraging shareholders to engage more with the listed companies they invest in and to take a longer-term perspective of their investment. Some of the new measures will include the introduction of a say-on-pay in order to ensure a right balance between management pay and performance of the company, improve shareholder oversight on related party transactions, ensure better transparency and quality of advice of proxy advisors, facilitate access to information by a better transmission across the investment chain. However, it is not our goal to review current initiatives at today's conference. Therefore, the choice of topics has been willingly made in a prospective approach. The discussions will not only address new topics, but also deepen traditional corporate governance issues. On this basis, our discussions will open today with the first panel that will address recent developments by focusing on corporate governance issues raised by new forms of financing, such as venture capital and crowdfunding. Later, the members of the second panel will feed the debate with their views on the more traditional topic of the governance of subsidiaries of multinational groups, a topic which is well known in Luxembourg. And finally, this afternoon will be dedicated to corporate governance issues of credit and investment firms. In this context, the recent development introduced by the CRD4 directive, and most notably the aspect of remuneration, will certainly lead to interesting and heartfelt debates. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased that the composition of today's panels completes this far-reaching perspective by having personalities with different backgrounds and who came to Luxembourg from all around the world. As corporate governance is a topic that contributes to the development of the corporate world, it is of crucial importance to take into account the views as well as the specific needs and constraints of the industry and the sectors to which it applies. On the other hand, academic input allows changing the perspective by taking a scientific approach, which doesn't necessarily have to be neutral. Last but not least, the regulators themselves have an important impact in this field by overseeing the corporate world and being in permanent exchange with it. Just a few last words before you may listen to our Justice Commissioner, Vera Jourova. She will be present by a video message. For the sake of fruitful discussions at our gathering today and in the spirit of the traditional corporate governance principle of comply or explain, I deeply hope that the panelists will not align with the consensus, but rather explain their arguments in order to feed a debate, such that I am very much looking forward to the new insights that we all will hopefully have today. Thank you very much for your attention, and let's listen to our Commissioner, Vera Jourova.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to open this 17th European Corporate Governance Conference, in spite of the screen between us. I would like to thank the Luxembourg Council Presidency for organizing this conference, which will fuel our work in the area of corporate governance. As you know, we have already achieved a number of measures, such as the 4th Capital Requirements Directive, and the Council and Parliament are currently working on the next steps. I am referring in particular to the revision of the Shareholders' Rights Directive and the proposal for a directive on single-member companies. We have achieved a lot, and yet a lot remains to be done. Encouraging innovation and facilitating investment to help foster growth in Europe is one of the European Commission's top priorities. In this respect, it is also important to encourage more sustainable investment. This is why we are launching a public consultation on sustainable investment to assess the state of play in the European Union. Today you will focus on several themes, starting with the new forms of financing and their influence on corporate governance. To foster growth, we should harness all sources of financing, including innovative sources such as crowdfunding. These alternative forms of financing are useful because they help attract new investors, often in the context of fast fundraising. How will these new sources of finance interact with our corporate governance rules? European corporate governance framework is conducive to investor trust and shareholder protection. It is therefore of utmost importance that this framework be respected, whatever the method of financing adopted by companies. New forms of financing and sound corporate governance do not need to be conflicting. They can complement each other. Later today, you will also discuss the governance of subsidiaries in multinational groups. I know that there are concerns about corporate groups and who is ultimately behind them. Many questions are raised. Would more transparency on group structures help? Could using digital be useful in this context? As regards groups, how could we govern the instruction lines between parent and subsidiary? Colleagues in DG Justice are currently working on this subject with our company law expert group, an advisory group of academics and practitioners. I expect very interesting discussions on this subject to take place this morning. Finally, you will discuss this afternoon the recent developments in corporate governance of credit institutions and investment firms. The financial crisis showed that excessive risks taken by few can affect all of us. The 4th Capital Requirements Directive, applicable since 2014, helps to tackle that problem. In particular, the directive sets in place scrutiny requirements for members of the management bodies and for risk management. Remuneration is also considered as a useful tool to prevent excessive risk-taking behavior. This is why the directive provides for remuneration policies and practices to be consistent with effective risk management of institutions. Rest assured that we take this matter very seriously. By the end of June 2016, we will assess how the remuneration provisions of this directive are applied and enforced. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very successful conference. And I now pass the floor to Jesse Fried, Professor of Law at Harvard Law School, for your first panel on the influence of new forms of financing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to open this 17th European Corporate Governance Conference. In spite of the...
I'm sorry.
So thank you to the Minister of Justice and to our Commissioner, Mrs. Jourova, for the inspiring words. And I think the key messages will guide us through the day. So the first panel will be moderated by Mr. André Prüm, who is chair in financial and business law at the University of Luxembourg. So the first panel is the influence of new forms of financing like crowdfunding. So I would welcome Mr. André Prüm with his panel, and he will introduce the members of the panel. You have the floor.
Dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, so we are having our first panel on new forms of financing and funding for companies and impacts on corporate governance issues. It's not a absolutely new topic, because 10 years ago when Luxembourg hosted the second corporate governance conference, at the time Georges Noël, who was heading the European Private Equity and Venture Capital Association, which has been transformed recently in Invest Europe, has already presented new corporate governance guidelines in the venture capital industry. So here we are back again 10 years later in Luxembourg discussing the topic of corporate governance issues related to venture capital. The industry, of course, has made quite a way since the last 10 years. Crowdfunding to the country, and specifically equity crowdfunding, barely existed 10 years ago. So where do we stand roughly today with this industry? Europe has today hundreds of venture capital funds, but most are still really small. Roughly 75% of the funds raised in Europe are smaller than 70 billion euros. So that's a rather modest size for venture capital funds. They are much smaller than in the US today. If I'm looking at some figures from Europe Invest data, venture capital fundraising has amounted over the last years roughly to 4 billion euros a year in average. That's roughly 5-6 times less than in the US. Which means that venture capital fundraising represents only a very tiny part of European GDP, 0.03% of the GDP in Europe. So it's still a very tiny part of financing of the European economy. Yet, despite this rather modest size, venture capital funding is gaining in importance. We have noticed recently that several larger companies have benefited from venture capital in Europe. So as Chief Executive Höppner from Invest Europe says, there is a kind of Silicon Valley air blowing in Europe today. A series of startups have reached the magic 1 billion valuation, which transformed them into so-called unicorns. 13 were born over the last year, over this year in 2015. We see that Europe is catching up with the US, where roughly 22 unicorns were born over the year. Venture capital has been supported strongly by national governments in Europe and by the European Union. The European Union has developed already several years ago in 2013 a specific label for European venture capital funds, along with the social entrepreneurship funds label. That has been modestly successful. There are only 34 funds created under that label, but the European Commission seems very much aware that this label has to be enhanced. A public consultation has been launched recently in end of September and is still ongoing in order to improve the framework of that specific venture capital fund label in Europe. The European Commission at large has made venture capital one of the leading tools to stimulate economic growth through innovation, and tries thus, as do national governments, to scale up the size of venture capital funds as well as to support equity crowdfunding. Indeed, I think the main issue for venture capital today in Europe is the modest size of the vehicles. Larger investors tend to invest in vehicles that have gained a certain size, 150 to 200 billion euros roughly, because their entry tickets are about of 20 billion euros. If you look at such investors, they want the investments to be diversified in the funds so that each investment doesn't represent roughly more than 10%. So if you have an entry ticket of 20 billion euros, that means that you need funds of a size of roughly 150,000 to 200 million euros. So we need definitely to scale up the industry in venture capital. This can be done by different ways, and possibly one of the main goals that has to be achieved here in Europe is to encourage private investments. For the moment, venture capital funds ride a lot on public investment. Roughly 35% of the committed capital each year stems from national governments and from European institutions, notably from the European Investment Fund itself. And so we need to find techniques to encourage private investors to step into that industry and to invest not only in the early stage of startups, but along the growing of such companies for a later stage financing, and more generally also for supporting small and medium-sized enterprises. This can be done definitely in different ways. Tax incentives, creating a broader framework for the European Venture Capital Fund Management Regulation, which is under discussion for the moment, and possibly also by the creation of pan-European public-private venture capital funds of funds. That can be a hot topic for Luxembourg, where the fund-of-fund industry is an important part of our fund industry. So far for venture capital, a few words about equity crowdfunding. This is a relatively new development, and there are still quite many question marks about the development of equity crowdfunding. Crowdfunding as such is developing, but equity crowdfunding raises a series of issues, notably a series of legal issues in relation to securities law and rules governing issuing of securities. Those crowdfunding, equity crowdfunding initiatives have to find a way into the exceptions of our prospectus regulations and registration requirements. The European Prospectus Directive allows certain exceptions, allowing even member states to go beyond the thresholds that are at European level. For the moment, you have to comply with EU regulation on prospectus if your offer does not exceed 100,000 euros. That's not a very high threshold, so there are discussions going on for the moment, and there's a new draft regulation from the European Commission that has been published on the 30th of November to push up those thresholds in order to allow equity crowdfunding to grow under these exceptions. National governments have taken a series of initiatives here too, and Europe is currently a bit worrying if those initiatives do not go in too many diverse directions, which would make the cross-border crowdfunding industry difficult in Europe. In the US, equity crowdfunding has grown recently, but also modestly. An act has been taken by the President Obama in 2012, the Jumpstart Our Business Startups Act, but the SAC regulation allowing this act to be implemented is really recent because the SAC has enacted its rule only on the 30th of October this year. So we see that all these developments are really new. All have an impact on corporate governance, and that's what we are going to develop during our panel today. We are lucky to have a quite extraordinary panel to discuss those issues together. Let me present the panel briefly. Professor Joseph Reed, a Dane professor at Harvard Law School, who came all the way from Harvard yesterday or the day before to join us here. Many thanks for having made that trip, simply by answering to a rapid phone call by myself last summer. I'm very pleased that you came to Luxembourg specifically. Professor Erik Vermeulen, sitting just next to me, who is Professor of Business and Financial Law at Tilburg University and has published extensively on these issues too. So, great thanks to you too for being with us today. And then two people who are based in Luxembourg, Claude Kremer, lawyer here in a leading Luxembourg law firm, who heads in this law firm the investment fund business unit, who is also a board member of the International Investment Fund Association and former president of the European Fund and Asset Management Association, and a young and dynamic asset manager, Jérôme Zeus, who is member of Mojo Capital Team, a collaborative investment platform. We had the chance to discuss these issues already together in various conference calls and during the dinner that we had yesterday, so I'm absolutely trustful that we will have a stimulating and nice panel. Joseph Reed will introduce the topic based on a very interesting study that he has conducted on a series of Silicon Valley firms, where a study in which he has explored the potential conflicts of interest between venture capitalists on one side and startup entrepreneurial teams on the other side, in the case of trade sales, which is one of the main exit solutions used by venture capitalists. Based on the empirical data that he has gathered from the Silicon Valley firms, he has drawn a series of conclusions how those trade sales master in a certain way these conflicts of interest, and how we can anticipate and manage these conflicts of interest in the best interest of all stakeholders. So Jesse, if you don't mind, I would like to give you the floor to introduce our discussions by your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. It's a pleasure to speak to you today. The title of my presentation is Carrots and Sticks, How VCs Induce Entrepreneurial Teams to Sell Startups. Can people in the back hear me? Okay, great. So the talk is going to be about the corporate governance in startups. So the talk is going to focus on the results of an empirical study that I did with a former student of mine who's now teaching at the University of Indiana named Brian Brofman on 50 M&A exits or trade sales of VC-backed startups in Silicon Valley. And I hope that you will take away from this presentation three things. The first is that there are many often conflicting interests within a startup. The second is that when a VC-backed startup undergoes a trade sale, when the VCs exit via trade sale, the VCs often have to use a combination of carrots, bribes, and sticks, some coercive tools, to induce a sale. And the third is that the legal system, the perceived threat of litigation by VCs, and their reputational concerns seem to facilitate arrangements and contracting between venture capitalists and founders in Silicon Valley. So let me start by explaining what happens to VC-backed firms. VCs at some point need to get their money out, and there are basically three ways to get the money out. The first is through an IPO. Those are typically the most successful companies, and they generate the highest returns for VCs. Unfortunately, very few VC-backed firms exit through an IPO. It's probably about 1 to 5%. Most of the exits take the form of M&A transactions, trade sales. Sometimes the returns in these transactions are extremely high for the VCs, but sometimes these trade sales are essentially just dissolutions and the VCs lose money. And then the third form of exit is just a straight dissolution. Basically, the company just fails, liquidates, distributes its assets to the VCs, where the VCs redeem their, have their shares redeemed by the company, typically at not a very high price. That's usually the worst possible set of outcomes. So during the course of the talk, I'm going to imagine that we have a venture capitalist and an entrepreneur. The venture capitalist has money, needs the entrepreneur so that the venture capitalist can invest the money and generate a return. The entrepreneur needs the money of the venture capitalist to build his business. Now, the question is, should the VC invest in the entrepreneur's startup corporation, which we'll call ABC? So the entrepreneur is going to get from the VC money, and the VC will get some equity in the startup along with some control rights. The venture capitalist has three main fears. The first is that the entrepreneur, when the entrepreneur is pitching the venture capitalist, is going to misrepresent the quality of the investment, the capability of the entrepreneur, the value of the underlying technology. The second concern is that the entrepreneur is going to divert value from the venture capitalist after the venture capitalist invests. Maybe the entrepreneur will take too big a salary. More seriously, maybe the entrepreneur will engage in payout financing or business decisions that systematically move value from the venture capitalist to the entrepreneur. And the third concern is that the entrepreneur is not going to be able to maximize value as a CEO. Maybe he'll make some bad individual decisions, micro decisions. Maybe won't put in a lot of effort. Maybe the entrepreneur will refuse to resign if the entrepreneur is not the best person to be running the company. So the venture capitalist, when putting money into a startup, is going to use three types of mechanisms, three types of strategies to protect himself or herself. The venture capitalist is going to get debt-like cash flow rights through convertible preferred stock, and I'll talk more about that shortly. The venture capitalist is going to get all sorts of blocking rights, giving the venture capitalist veto control over various actions by the startup. and the venture capitalist is going to want to get seats on the board. So let's talk first about the cash flow rights. So in the United States, venture capitalists almost always invest through convertible preferred stock, which entitles them to get a liquidation preference upon exit if they keep their preferred stock. The liquidation preference is typically 1 or 2 times the amount invested, often with dividends, although sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times the amount invested. And that's going to let them get paid ahead of the common shareholders, including the entrepreneur. Now, the venture capitalist also has the right to convert to common if the payout to the common is going to be greater than what the venture capitalist would get as a preferred shareholder. And in the case of an IPO exit, the venture capitalist is basically going to be forced to convert to common because, as a practical matter, you can't go public in the United States with the type of preferred stock that the venture capitalists have. So why do we have convertible preferred stock? First of all, if the entrepreneur has sort of exaggerated the quality of the business, it's less costly to the venture capitalist because the venture capitalist gets the first money out. So it reduces the risk to the venture capitalist that the venture capitalist is buying a bad company. It also gives the entrepreneur more incentive to exert effort because the entrepreneur has common stock and the entrepreneur is not going to get paid anything until the venture capitalist liquidation preferences are paid. The next mechanism for protecting the venture capitalist is protective rights. They get the right to block major transactions, including financial transactions, debt and equity issuances, asset sales and purchases, licensing, changing the business, and changing the compensation of the entrepreneur. And that eliminates most of the risk of diversion. But convertible preferred stock and protective rights are not enough for the venture capitalist typically. Those do not allow the venture capitalist to replace the entrepreneur if the entrepreneur is doing a bad job. It does not allow the venture capitalist to push a sale of a company if that's what the venture capitalist wants to do. So the venture capitalist is still exposed to the risk that the entrepreneur is going to be a bad CEO or will refuse to sell the company when the venture capitalist wants to sell the company. So what the venture capitalist really wants is to get control of the board. Typically in a startup corporation, initially there are 5 board seats, so 3 seats would give the venture capitalist control. This is the structure that the venture capitalist would like. They would like to get at least 3 seats. The entrepreneur and the other common shareholders can get 2 seats, and then the VCs get board control. That, in combination with their convertible preferred stock and blocking rights, gives them a considerable amount of power. But the entrepreneur is afraid of giving control to the venture capitalist. The entrepreneur is afraid that the venture capitalist may make decisions that divert value from the entrepreneur to the venture capitalist. He's also afraid that the venture capitalist may make bad decisions that reduce the value of the company to the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is worried that the venture capitalist, if they get control, will replace them as the CEO, even if they're doing a good job. And the entrepreneur is worried that the venture capitalist may prematurely sell the company when the entrepreneur wants to keep the company going. So board control is something that is very heavily negotiated. Typically so this is what the entrepreneur wants. The entrepreneur would like to get 3 seats of 5 on the board so that they have control. So this is something that's very heavily negotiated. Typically what happens is that the entrepreneur will get 2 seats on the board with the common shareholders designating 2 directors. The VCs will designate 2 directors, and then the VCs and the entrepreneur will mutually designate a 5th, quote-unquote, independent director who has basically a swing vote. And so neither side can do what it wants with the board without the approval of the independent director. So that's typically what the governance structure of a startup looks like initially. But over time, the venture capitalists often get board control, not always, but often. One reason is that as the company goes through different rounds of financing, Series A, B, and C, new venture capitalists come on the board their cash flow rights are different from the cash flow rights of the initial venture capitalists. So the initial venture capitalists on the board are not going to adequately represent the interests of the new VCs. So the new VCs want a seat too, so the board starts to get bigger and bigger, and it's hard to maintain independent directors in the swing positions because you'd have to hire more independent directors. And as the venture capitalists put more and more money in, they start to demand control because a bigger part of the capitalization of the firm has been contributed by them. So typically, by the end of the life of a startup as an independent firm, but not always, the venture capitalists have a majority of the seats on the board. Okay. Another thing that happens typically during the life of a startup is that the founder is likely to lose the position of CEO. So in our study, we found that over the course of the life of the firm, between the time that the venture capitalists came in and put money and the time the firm was sold, in 60% of the firms, the founder had been replaced as the CEO. And it's a gradual process. There's some replacement initially, and then over time, more and more of the founders are replaced. So typically, by the time a startup is sold, this is what the governance structure looks like. The VCs control the board. The entrepreneur owns common stock but is no longer in a management position. The person that's running the firm and the management team around that person has typically been hired by the venture capitalists. Okay, so suppose that the exit scenario is an IPO. If the exit scenario is an IPO, then how do people in the startup feel about it? The common shareholders are really happy because if you have an IPO, it means that the company is extremely valuable, which means that the common stock is very valuable, and the venture capitalists are converting into common, which means their liquidation preferences go away. So they're absorbing less of the proceeds of the IPO, so the common shareholders are really happy. The hired CEO, or if it's the entrepreneur who's still running the company, is also very happy because they're going to become the CEO of a public company. It's very prestigious. There's actually less stress involved with being the CEO of a public company than being the CEO of a company with 3 or 4 large shareholders because the shareholders are typically dispersed. So this is a very happy exit scenario for everybody involved. What happens when the venture capitalists want to do a trade sale, especially around the amount of the aggregate liquidation preferences, which could be $50 to $100 million? Then how do people in the startup feel about it? Well, the common shareholders are often not very happy because if the sale price is around the liquidation preferences, that doesn't leave that much money for them. And they're going to get cashed out. There'll be no more upside for them. They can't dream that the company will someday be successful and they'll make a lot of money. So they're often not very happy. The hired CEO or the entrepreneur, whoever's running the company, is also not very happy, everything else being equal, because the company is going to be acquired by a strategic buyer. That strategic buyer may replace the management team. Even if they don't replace the management team, the CEO is going to have a new boss. It's going to be a single entity as opposed to 5 or 6 VC firms. So the management team is going to have to work harder. So the management team is typically not really thrilled about selling the company to a strategic buyer. Many of them are likely to get fired in the process. Common shareholders are not very happy either, typically. What can they do about it? Well, the common shareholders can try to vote against the deal. It's not clear they're going to have enough voting power as shareholders to do that. They can try to lobby directors to block the deal, and they can threaten to sue. The CEO has even more power because the CEO can basically refuse to cooperate in selling the company, and then it's very hard to sell the company if the management team is not forthcoming in providing information to the acquirer. So how did the VCs deal with this? They use a bunch of carrots to try to induce these parties that could potentially resist the trade sale, to go along with it. So in our sample of 50 companies, in 11 of the 50, the venture capitalists took some of the money that they were going to get through their liquidation preferences and gave it to the common shareholders. So in those companies where they gave a carve-out to the common shareholders, it was about 10% of the sale price. They also gave non-retention payments to management. So these were not payments that were needed to keep management on board in the acquirer. They were funds that the management team got and could just walk away with at the time of the sale if they cooperated with the sale. In 16 of the 50 firms, we saw these carrots given to management, and they averaged about 6.6% of the deal price. Across all 50 firms, about 4.3% on average had to be paid out to these constituents that were not really pleased about the sale. So this is a chart that's taken from a paper that Brian and I published in the Journal of Financial Economics that just looked at the allocation of value from the venture capitalists to the common shareholders. These bars here represent the sale price of the firms in our sample, with the ones that sold for the highest price up there. They're truncated at 100 million. The black bars indicate what the venture capitalists got. The white part of the bar indicates what the common shareholders got, and the red part of the bar indicates payments that were made from the venture capitalists to the common shareholders. That, based on the contractual rights of the venture capitalists, they didn't need to give to the common shareholders. So you can see that the payments are sort of clustered in firms where there's not that much money going to the common, and the common are most likely to try to resist the sale. We found in our sample that there were very few cases where the venture capitalists used coercive tools to try to get a deal done. There were 2 cases where the venture capitalists told the founders that if they did not vote for the sale as directors, they would never be able to raise money in Silicon Valley again. It was very important for the lawyers that were advising the venture capitalists that the board vote be unanimous, because it substantially reduces litigation risk. So it was important for the VCs to get the founders on the board to vote in favor of the sale. There was one firm where there was what was called cross-voting, where the venture capitalists converted some of their preferred into common so that they could control the vote of the common class and have it vote in favor of the deal. There was one case alleged of vote buying, where the venture capitalists paid some people in management to vote their shares of common stock in favor of the deal. So there weren't that many cases in the 50 that we looked at where there were overt use of sticks, but the entrepreneurs told us that that threat was always there, that they knew the venture capitalists could do things to them if they didn't cooperate. So some concluding thoughts. First, within the startup, there are many potentially different interests. There are common shareholders, preferred shareholders. We didn't get into this, but even among the preferred shareholders, there are different types of preferred stock, and so there could be a conflict within that set of shareholders. Founders have their own interests, other top management. When you have a trade sale, especially around the liquidation preferences, you can have very serious conflicts, and so the venture capitalists need to figure out how to induce the other participants in the enterprise to participate. Behavior by VCs. When we started this project, we assumed that we would uncover a lot of bad behavior by venture capitalists based on some cases that we had read about. We found very little evidence of venture capitalist misbehavior. Most of the founders were replaced. Most of them did not make much money in these startups. Very few of them complained that they had been mistreated by the venture capitalists, even though they lost their jobs and they had invested a lot of time in these companies and didn't make much money. And that suggests to us that the perceived threat of litigation by the venture capitalists, along with reputational considerations, because all these companies were in Silicon Valley, which is a fairly small community, along perhaps with the venture capitalists' internal ethics, constrain the venture capitalist behavior. And we speculate that the good behavior of the venture capitalists in Silicon Valley may encourage founders to put themselves in positions where they may end up losing control to the venture capitalists, and they may end up losing their jobs. Okay? And that willingness to allow the venture capitalists to take control makes the venture capitalists more willing to invest because they're less afraid that the founders are going to do bad things to them. And so the venture capitalists' good behavior may facilitate a lot of contracting and arrangements in these startups that would not otherwise occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jesse, for this enlightening talk, showing that aligning the various interests here in a venture capital firm is a subtle game of explicit and implicit contracts where reputation takes an important role too, and the ecosystem in which a venture capital industry develops is very important too. So it's a very subtle game here, and difficult to anticipate also how the game should be played, because you don't know at the start which type of exit will be played. It may be by a trade sale, it may be by liquidation, which everybody wants to avoid, but it may also be eventually by an IPO. And I would like to launch here a first question to Jérôme concerning the exit by IPOs. Jérôme, you have been watching carefully what's happening in Silicon Valley, as you have been working there too. And observation shows nowadays that venture capitalists, for the case of an IPO, very regularly seek for a protection in terms of a ratchet. Roughly 35% of companies look for such ratchets. This was the case notably in the Square IPO recently. So maybe you could briefly, in a minute or two, I'm giving some indications about time in order to distribute time, in a minute or two explain us what such ratchets are and how that played in the case of Square IPO.
Good. Well, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for all the speakers that came before me and all of those after me, and of course you people here in this room, without which this conference, I suppose, wouldn't be the success that it is. I think there's something very interesting happening right now, and it's basically how the public markets interact with the private markets and the private markets interact with the public markets. In the public market, we have seen a rise of sort of value investors demanding buybacks and dividend payouts, where on the other hand side, we have seen people that really got their heads around what is happening in the private market. It's interesting to connect the two. This year, we've seen buybacks and dividends top $1 trillion, on public listed equities, which is 20 times the amount invested in technology deals. What is interesting to see is that there is a structural shift in sort of how public company CEOs are expected to behave and private company CEOs are expected to behave. When you are a public company CEO, you're sort of working for the quarter and you have to deliver on that. When you are a private company CEO, you can go on for 10 years partying on investors' money, and that is sort of accepted. And I think that sort of leads to an interesting question around where does the value creation lie? Does the value creation lie on the public side, or does the value creation lie on the private side? On the one hand side, you can argue that a lot of value is being created on the private side because those companies aren't necessarily forced to distribute cash as fast as public companies, can therefore invest heavily in R&D, can in effect position themselves to end up winning markets. If on the other hand side you believe those private companies are sort of single how can I say, pan play and have a single product cycle, then there is some issues there around valuation. What ultimately leads me to believe that there is an interesting triage. We've seen, IPO lead times going from 4 years to 11 years, IPO activity falling actually significantly this year, down 34%, 11% of actually all the IPOs happening are tech IPOs. So a lot of people are asking, where's the liquidity coming from? And I think a lot of people are willing to forego that liquidity for a certain period of time. At the same time, the funding rounds on the private market are getting larger and larger. You have companies like Uber that are going out raising billion-dollar rounds. You have companies here in Europe like BlaBlaCar raising 200 million rounds that were traditionally raised in IPO kind of environments. And as you sort of go further in the financing cycle, rightly so, some investors are demanding certain protections. And what we've seen lately, other than all the protections that Jesse mentioned, is the extensive use of ratchets, whereby somebody is going to give you money and is going to say, very well, here's money at a certain valuation, but if you have a liquidity event sometime down the road, and that liquidity event comes at a lower valuation, then you need to compensate me, the delta in shares. While this is good for preferred stockholders, it's obviously not so good for employees and founders of common stock, which ultimately will feed that common stock up for the preferred shareholders to exercise their option on that. And there's been much debate in the Square IPO, where sort of the last funding round was at $18 a share, and then the company listed at $9 a share, and there was a ginormous delta that had to be paid, and there's some concerns about whether or not that is fair and whether or not that should continue. Ultimately, I think the robust private market has risen out of potentially an over-regulated maybe private market. That doesn't mean that private markets are immune to calamity themselves, and at some point there will be a correction. And at some point, of course, talk around liquidity preferences is going to increase. Ultimately, the question is whether public markets are going to adjust first, or private markets are going to sort of fall in line with public markets and valuations.
Thank you, Jerome, for these complementary indications. I have to make one logistical announcement here. We have organized a poll by the audience. If you connect to your Wi-Fi, you can answer to the poll questions, and if we get some feedback from the audience on those poll questions, we can react to them in the question and answer session that we are reserving at the end of these discussions. This being said, let me turn to Eric. You have published many very stimulating research papers on the European venture capital environment, and I particularly liked one of your recent papers with Mark Fenwick, where you show how larger companies are pairing up with venture capital companies in order to borrow, in a certain sense, their capacity of innovation. Which raises quite interesting questions in terms of corporate governance. So maybe you would like to share some of those thoughts with us, not only on this specific topic, but more broadly on the venture capital environment in Europe. 7-8 minutes is fine.
Yeah, thanks so much. That's why I took off my jacket, because I have 8 minutes. So I have to hurry a bit. So this is oh, God, you show me the slides, okay. So this is all very interesting, and I could say a lot about the new phases of venture capital in the United States and in Europe, and that would link directly to Professor Fried's piece. I could also say a lot about the unicorns and the development. And by the way, we are not interested in unicorns anymore. Now we are interested in dragons. It's like Harry Potter here in the venture capital world. But I'm not going to do that either. I'm going to talk about something completely different. It's also a new kid on the block. It's the corporation as a source of funding. And I have some good news and bad news. The good news is that, as was mentioned by the chairman moderator, venture capital in Europe is going well. And that's great. But we are not there yet. And one of the solutions could be the big corporations. What's the role of the big corporates in this whole environment? And that's where the bad news is, because they are kind of hampered by the corporate governance discussions that we have currently as well. That's what I'm going to show you. So first, the good news, because it's always better to start with good news. Now, we all realize that we cannot replicate Silicon Valley. It's just impossible, as Professor Fried mentioned. It's a community. People know each other. It's based on reputation and trust. We cannot replicate this just like that. So we have to build our own Silicon Valleys, our own ecosystems that distinguish themselves from Silicon Valley. And we do very well. If you look at the global startup ecosystem ranking 2015, four ecosystem cities are in the top 10. London, Berlin, Paris, and Amsterdam. So we do well, and what I did, just to show you how well we do, I compared these 4 cities with Silicon Valley and look at what we have and what they have. So crowdfunding platforms, this is by the way Europe, US. We have 130, 139 according to database that I use. Crowdfunding platforms is all crowdfunding platforms, so the equity crowdfunding, donation-based, reward-based crowdfunding platforms. In Silicon Valley, well, they have a bit more. This is US. Startup studios, something new. Now we have plans that build startups. You go there with an idea, and the startup will be created in a kind of environment. We have more than the United States. Incubators, accelerators, and this is the 4 cities combined, Amsterdam, Berlin, London, Paris to Silicon Valley. We have less, but we don't do that bad. If you look at incubators, accelerators, angel groups, angels, and venture capitalists, we actually do very well. And this is all helping a person with a great idea that you can see there at the bottom of the slide to go through the so-called valley of death. And new reports are being issued as well. We have the Atomico report that was published a couple of months ago, and we have the Think Act report, which was published only a couple of weeks ago. And they all say, well, Europe is getting there. We can compete with the US, and maybe we can outperform them, right? We have to be positive. But, as is mentioned in the Atomico report, the state of European tech, achievement unlocked, but not mission accomplished. So there's still something to do. What's wrong or what's missing in Europe? Well, the next slide shows you this. This is the comparison again, Silicon Valley and Amsterdam, Berlin, London, Paris combined. The number of startups, well, we are a bit behind, but not that far. And if you then look at where do you get the money, it's pretty easy to get early stage or seed capital in Europe. You can go to accelerators, incubators. The government was mentioned as well as a provider of capital. And we do really well. And there is a gap between Silicon Valley and these 4 cities, but it's not that wide. But as you develop, things get worse. So if you go to the later stage, you see 966 deals in Silicon Valley, and this is 2014 and 2015 year to date, and only 103 in Europe. So we have a problem at the later stages of venture capital, not the early stages anymore. When you look at the capital provided, you see the huge difference. At a later stage, let's say 41 billion US dollars provided to startups, and in Europe, these 4 cities combined, only 6. So the problem that we have, and that the European Commission also acknowledges, is not so much a startup problem anymore. We have many startups, it's a scale-up problem. We need to scale these companies so they grow, so they can develop and create more jobs and are better for the economy. Now, that's a problem, and what's the answer? Well, one of the answers that is going to be looked at more and more is the role of big corporations. And we all mentioned that we want to create the next Google in Europe. Well, it's not so much. Google is a very good example because Google as a company is big, it's huge, creates many jobs, but what it does, it gives a lot of money back to the startup ecosystem. It created Google Ventures, as you can see here, and well, this is a very active venture capitalist in Silicon Valley. And also Google acquires a lot of companies, basically creating the exit possibilities and sometimes even the liquidity. And not all the startups are opposing this, by the way, because they make some money and then they start some companies again. So it's not that bad. So the answer could be big corporations. But then, if we compare the United States to Europe, we see also a huge difference. So here on the left-hand side, you see the money that is provided by rounds in which corporates participate. And in Silicon Valley, it's already more than 1 deal per 5, so more than 20% of the cases, big corporations participate in venture capital rounds. Why do they do this? Well, big corporations realize that they are being disrupted by startups as well. They have to move faster, much faster. So they have to change the way they're organized in order to stay and remain relevant. One way to do this is by creating a window to the market. So when you invest in startups, you actually see what's happening out there. And the more deal flow you see, the clearer your picture of the future will be. So you know that you can invest in something completely different which might not be your main core business today. I work also at Philips, and we are the #1 in lighting, but we all know that that's changing rapidly. So if we just continue doing the same thing as we did before, we might lose at the end. So creating this window to the market is actually very good. Now back to this slide. When you look at the corporate venturing activities, you see that much more money is being put in by the corporates in the United States than in Europe. Also many more early and later stage deals American VCs or corporates are participating in. If you look at the acquisitions, also corporates in the United States acquire more startup companies. This is only focusing on high-tech startup companies, many more than in Europe. And the ones that are acquired in Europe, 22% of these cases are US acquirers. And the European Commission and other governments are not very happy about that, because then we invest in the startups, the US will buy them and bring them to the United States, which might not be bad actually, because these people will come back. But policymakers don't like that at all and want to stop this. Now what can we do? Well, if we just look at the activity of corporate venture capitalists in 2014 and 15, year to date, we see that only 10% of the 290 companies that were active in corporate venture capital have more than 20 investments in this 2 years period. The league table, Intel, Google, Qualcomm, Salesforce, Samsung, Bloomberg, GE Ventures, SoftBank, Comcast and E-Ventures. Not that many Europeans in the top. Only E-Ventures, which is the Otto group in Germany. So not many others. If we look at the acquisition side, only 0.1% of the more than 8,500 companies are hyperactive. They had more than 10 acquisitions in this very short period. League table there, Google, Microsoft, Yahoo, Twitter, Cisco, Apple, IBM, Medtronic, Amazon and Facebook. So also here dominated by the United States. Now the question is, how can we change this in Europe? How can we activate our corporates to become more active in the innovation ecosystem? As an investor, and as an acquirer. That's one of the questions that the European Commission is asking these days. Now you might say that you cannot do anything because it's in the DNA of these companies, and I show them again. If you look at all these companies, they are US based, but many of them still have the founder present, still have venture capitalists on the board, or are formerly venture capital backed. This could be in the DNA of these companies. And when you look at these companies, indeed, their governance structure is different from what we think is good corporate governance. They are not principal agent based, so we have a board of directors that's going to monitor the managers, and we all think that managers are bad. No, they have different principles that we see on the slide. One is a flat hierarchy principle, so they're not hierarchical, but more like a flat hierarchy. I will explain. They have an open communication strategy and an inclusiveness principle that they abide by. Just some examples. The flat hierarchy means a best idea wins culture. So it's not seniority, the senior managers are going to decide what we're going to do. Shareholder value maximization is not the main objective of these companies, it's a byproduct. They want to invest in new products and grow. So growth will create value for the shareholders. They are not very active in share buyback programs or paying dividends. Open communication, well, they issue annual reports, but they use new metrics of growth and innovation to communicate to the investors and other stakeholders. And they have kind of an integrated reporting approach. So you don't give shareholders a 400 pages annual report and then just look what you need. No, they really explain how they're going to create growth in the future. Many of these companies also issue letters to the investors that are kind of personalized, where the founder explains to the investor what he's going to do and the mistakes he made in the past. Inclusiveness, just to give you an example about the board composition, the board here is not so much about monitoring, but about adding value, being part of the innovation strategy of a company. So we see product specialists, professors in certain areas, not accountants and lawyers, but just in medical systems or whatever, depending on your company. So we see a different type of firm, a modern corporation emerging. Now this could be a future agenda for Europe. When you look at blogs and social media, you see a lot of discussion about the next generation firm, which is based again on the three principles: flat hierarchy, open communication and inclusiveness. Not so much about protecting investors against misbehavior of managers. It's more than that. I think in Europe we should change the discussion in the corporate governance area as well. If we don't do this, we are going to not see a closing of this gap, but the gap between the United States on the one hand and Asia and Europe is getting wider. Because also in Asia you see companies emerging that are very much based on Silicon Valley principles, where you work together, board, employees, management and investors, to create growth companies. Not that we see a hierarchy with different levels where we only need rules to protect certain parties, because then we are definitely going to lose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric, for these stimulating thoughts, and definitely we have to be as innovative in terms of corporate governance than we try to be for the production that is made by companies. This was a very optimistic and positive picture. It was focused more on the investment side of venture capitalists. If you add to the picture the funding side, I would tend to believe, but of course you will say that I'm biased, that you can add an additional city on the map, being Luxembourg, because Luxembourg has played an important role in the fundraising for venture capital for many years. Indeed, since 2004, we have a specific instrument in Luxembourg to raise funds for the venture capital industry. And I would like to turn the floor on this topic to Claude, who has been following this intensively, maybe with a twofold question. First of all, how does the Luxembourg fund industry contribute to the development of venture capital? And what are the specific corporate governance issues related to that? And maybe a second line of thought on the fund-of-fund possibilities that could be envisaged here.
Okay, thank you, Audrey, and I must say that I couldn't agree more with what you said initially, that indeed Luxembourg has had a very long tradition in venture capital funds, but also in funds in general. We've been doing funds since the late 50s in Luxembourg, so there has been a lot of expertise built up in this area over the years. Back in 1984, already the CSSF, the regulator in Luxembourg, has issued a circular on venture capital funds. And at the time, we did already property funds, futures funds, and all these type of more exotic funds next to the mainstream securities funds, which were already very popular at that time. So there is a tradition in Luxembourg to stay a state-of-the-art and to continue the development, to observe what happens outside Luxembourg and to contribute in the development with a view to provide a domicile where the structuring of good vehicles is appealing to outside investors and sponsors to use that domicile as opposed to others for their structuring of funds. And the corporate governance likewise has come a long way. You mentioned the CICAR law of 2004, which was the first initiative to launch a real vehicle specializing in risk capital, and risk capital was narrowly defined not to be, kind of a bin where you could do everything, but it was really focusing on risk capital, and that was really a milestone in Luxembourg because that was the beginning of, the attention, of a more focused attention from outside players to this country to use these structures for their vehicles. And corporate governance, I think, has evolved in Luxembourg, but it has evolved everywhere. And this is a concept which is a relatively modern one. I mean, 10 years ago, many people didn't know what corporate governance was all about. And 15 years ago, many people did not know what private equity was all about because that word didn't exist. We talked about new economy at the time. That was the way to characterize things. And today, well, private equity, public equity, these concepts have become extremely more refined, and hence there is a need also to look at how governance is going to function in these vehicles. I believe that there is not one size fits all governance system working in that area, and it depends on the stage of evolution of the fund in which we talk. So, I mean, in a nutshell, as we all know, we have a value chain which is extremely large, which goes from seed to early stage to development to growth and then to turnaround buyout. And that is not only one category, that is a series of consecutive phases in the value chain of the life of the corporation. And venture capital is only a tiny bit of that chain, that is to say seed and early startup and early development. So the remaining portion of it would rather be in the larger frame of private equity, and I think governance is also a bit different whether you are in an early stage phase or whether you are in a more evolved stage. Fundamentally, the objective is to create value, but that is sometimes easier said than done. But that's the objective of everyone, to create value for the investors, I suppose. The main difference is that in an early stage situation, there is an expectation and an acceptance of failure, whereas the more you go up the value chain, the appetite for failure reduces drastically. In the early stage situation, we sometimes say you have a 110-1 situation. You look at 100 targets, you select 10, and you hope that one will survive. In a buyout situation, you will identify, say, 10 targets, you will select 5, and you will hope and you will expect that the 5 will survive. So the approach is different, and that approach is different and has its impact on the corporate governance. In an early stage, you would have smaller stakes, you would have a more prudent approach, you would diversify your investments, you would hold them for a limited period of time, you would take non-controlling stakes to diversify your risk. That is not necessarily the case, but that can be the case, that is usually the case. You have this high risk of failure, but you also have that high expectation of the upside at that moment. Whereas in a more mature private equity type, you would take more controlling stakes. You would expect those investments to mature and to develop each and every time you go for it, and you would have no right to fail, if I may say so, although from time to time we will see that these ventures fail. And again, then specifically for corporate governance rules, I think we would typically say there are two levels. One is the internal governance, and the other one is the external governance. The internal governance is something which is not so specific to private equity. That is the relationship between the board and the shareholders, the other stakeholders, avoiding, anticipating, managing, resolving conflicts of interest, aligning interests, making sure that everyone is happy and that there is a good rule of conduct within the fund we're talking about. And then we have the second component of governance, that is the external governance. And the external governance is the relationship between the fund and the portfolio companies, the target companies in which it invests. And in that external governance, you have different type of phases depending on whether you're in a rather venture capital situation or in a private equity buyout situation. In a venture capital situation, my experience is, but some people may wish to contradict me, is that the venture capital fund sends an observer to the target company. One single consultant who is more active in giving advice, in monitoring things, in identifying whether the risk is imminent or is not imminent. But there is no control. There is no immediate control over the manager. One wishes to see what that company is all about. And then in a private equity later stage situation, then on the contrary, when the decision is taken that out of the five, 5 are kept and should lead to success, then the private equity fund is tempted to say, well, we control the board, we control the management, we really want to make sure that our strategies are observed and that we're not surrendered in the hands of someone in which we may have less confidence. And so the temptation to be more active and more involving in those type of situations is explained by the level of maturity of the company. So that is, I believe, in a nutshell, what I wanted to say about governance. Now, you raised the second question on fund the funds. And here again, I think we can say something in Luxembourg on fund the funds. This is a very developing area of our fund industry. In the context of venture capital, private equity, the fund would be the fund selector, the venture capital fund selector, and would act as that. And that creates opportunities because, you can put in experts in the fund selection process at the level of the fund, and then go out for your venture capital funds or private equity funds and select them and observe them and monitor them. And the idea to say that you could have sovereign funds next to insurance companies or pension funds, private investors, and put that money into one big box which will be deployed into all these target funds is a way to increase the tickets, because you can put more money together in that top fund than if each and every individual investor does it on its own. That creates questions of conflicts. Pension funds, insurance companies may have other objectives than sovereign funds or international organizations who have public mandates. They will be more concerned about financing the real economy, whereas the pension funds or others will have more an objective to have a return. But I think it's a great thing, and in that respect, I believe there is a last dimension. Today, private equity, venture capital is too much a institutionalized business. We need to help private individuals to invest in those type of vehicles, and the European framework needs to be shaped in such a manner that this becomes accessible also to private people. Now, this is, again, easier said than done, because in terms of understanding the risk, in terms of having the liquidity, people need to be aware that this is not an investment to finance the acquisition of the next washing machine in 6 months, but it is to finance maybe the university studies of the children in 20 years. So if there is a good understanding, then this can work. Today, 60% of all households' cash in Europe is held in bank accounts. 60% is not invested. And so that is not possible. We need to convert savers into investors. We need to help them to put money at work. And that can be done if we have a good framework, if we have a good education, if we help those people to access these very promising vehicles, and for that we need a framework.
Thank you, Claude, for these thoughts. Indeed, I think there's an important difference between Europe still and the US in terms of risk appetite of savers at large. Jesse, yesterday during the dinner, told me that funding was not a problem in the US. There's money available for startups, while in Europe that's possibly not the case. Specifically, as startups develop, there may be a first round of financing through venture capitalists, but then coming to the second round, coming to the third round, as funds are rather small, in size, they are lacking the necessary funds to go for the second and third round. That's a topic on which we had an interesting discussion yesterday with Jérôme too. Jérôme, maybe you would like to reflect on that briefly.
Sure. Thank you very much. I think lots of interesting things have been said. It is true that to a certain extent trying to raise sort of 200,000 or 300,000 or even $500,000 or $1 million, sort of the early seed rounds, I think there's a lot of money to be gotten there. In some countries, efforts are underpinned by certain fiscal incentives. I think more and more people are trying their hand at maybe giving a 50,000 euro ticket here or a 50,000 euro ticket there, and we see this nascent angel investment community forming with angel clubs everywhere, and even here in Luxembourg we're seeing those angel groups even sort of broadening out with angel syndicates going a little bit up the value chain. And paradoxically, on the other side of the spectrum, in the very, very sort of pre-IPO rounds, we also see an abundance of capital because we now have non-traditional players that are entering the field, such as, large PE groups, insurance companies, banks, maybe even corporates sometimes, coming down. But just as Mr. Vermeulen said, the case is no longer about sort of starting startups, it's about scaling startups. And I think, Andre, you're very right in saying that there, I think personally, and that's what Mojo does, we think that there is definitely a lack of capital at the growth stages. And the reason being here in Europe is that funds are typically still chronically undercapitalized for the opportunity at hand. If you think about the average fund being 100 million or 150 million, should they have a very promising portfolio company in their portfolio that goes out and raises sort of a billion round or so, their ownership in that firm would entitle them to follow on, and depending on what year the fund is at or other regulations around asset concentration limits might make it really hard for the fund to actually double down and continue following on, which has, repercussions also on their ability to maintain control. And there's another factor which people, sort of oversee sometimes. It's a reputational factor, right? A VC fund might not want to go out to the market and say, sorry guys, I can't do the deal because I don't have the money. It's not what you want to do. There might be questions around, oh wait, are you not doing the deal because you don't believe in the company? You might not want to send that message either. So what we found was, and that is also speaking to the fund-of-fund component, is that Europe is doing really well. Great companies today in Europe can come from everywhere, while certainly some of the hubs like Stockholm, Berlin, London and Amsterdam and Paris are generating quite a few. Great companies do come from Barcelona, they do come from Lisbon, they do come from Warsaw. And the idea is to say, how can we cover Europe in an efficient way? And I think there having a fund-of-fund model is actually really interesting, right? Backing the best fund managers in their countries that are close to the market, that know what they're doing, and then sort of helping those fund managers and being their friends as they run out, providing liquidity at that critical moment to help them drive the companies to what is in effect an optimal scale. Because all too often companies aren't able to find that follow-on 50 million, 100 million round and sort of are caught, in limbo and are kind of then even forced to look for exit opportunities before sort of having reached that very interesting valuation point which we all seek in the industry. So that's some of my observations.
Thank you very much. I think time has come to open the discussion with the floor. Do we have roughly 10 minutes or so for discussing with the floor? That can be the opportunity to introduce the topic of crowdfunding. As you have noticed, I didn't manage to bring that in so far, so don't hesitate to ask questions on equity crowdfunding too. There's a mic circulating now, so please, if there's a question far to the left.
Hi, my name is Alexander Juschus, and I was following with greatest interest your discussion because I've been through all of that. I started up a company around about 10 years ago, no, maybe 12 years ago, on corporate governance. So we were providing proxy services. However, from the beginning, the first steps I took, it was not a question about funding. Often enough, I had the impression that I was rather an enemy of state. I'm coming from Germany, so I'll give you some examples. So I started up my company. It took half a year until I had the tax auditor in my office. It was a one-man shop. It took a little bit longer until I was looking for some funding. I went to the bank and asked for a loan. The consultants there said, well, your parents, they have a house, don't they? So why don't you take that as a security? We would be happy to take that as a security. We developed, despite all obstacles, we found somebody who had the trust to invest in us. Interestingly enough, this investor, he was 89 years, so and he started to behave like that, and we started really to develop ourselves fairly quick after the investor stopped helping us. So he stopped funding us. We had no funds whatsoever, but still we developed at a rate of 20 to 30% annually by saving, by winning new clients and everything. And I think from my perspective, looking back, I sold my business this year to an American company and made my cut. So I'm a happy man now. But looking back, I think Europe has an image problem. With startup companies, so a reputational problem, not a funding problem. And in addition to that, I think the acceptance among the public is still not where it is as it is in the US. 5 years ago, I've been to an event at Deutsche Bank, and this explains quite a lot. That was in the old opera in Frankfurt. And in front of that, there was a truck, and on the truck was somebody speaking. I had to look twice until I recognized it was the former German finance minister, Oskar Lafontaine, shouting, you capitalists, you screw up everybody. And I was thinking, hey, it took me 5 years until I was able to pay myself a salary. What are you talking about?
Thank you. I think, Eric, you would like to react to that?
Yes, I can, and I totally agree. Let's focus on the reputation problem of starters and entrepreneurs in Europe. That's changing now. At least there are some studies out there that show that being an entrepreneur and starting your own business is getting more accepted. And then we talk about opportunity entrepreneurs, so not the ones that have to become a consultants themselves because they are fired. No, these are just people that have great ideas. Universities focus a lot on this. Within big corporations, and as I mentioned, I work at Philips, we see a lot of spin-outs as well, and people want to do this. So in that respect, I can tell you that the world is changing in Europe. There's one problem still, and you mentioned it briefly, is the role of consultants and other people in the ecosystem, not so much the investors, but banks, accountants, tax advisors, lawyers. There we see a huge difference with the United States, and maybe Jesse can say something about the role of lawyers in Silicon Valley, but they are much more part of this ecosystem, helping them more. I invited some Silicon Valley investors to Tilburg, where I'm from, at the university, and we had some startups, and they immediately said, listen, if you have a problem, go to your lawyer, and they will help you. They will be your coach. They can connect you to investors. And I looked at them and said, this is Europe, man. There are not that many lawyers that can connect you to investors. There are not that many lawyers that will say, listen, I will coach you. You can pitch your idea to me. No, lawyers in Europe have different views, and they tend to focus on the legal part. I think that's where things have to change rapidly. What policymakers can do well, I help the regional government, and we set up some events now for the support, let's say the consultants, to become aware of the opportunities that startups are providing to them. So I think we should talk later, because I might need you to convince them. So I totally agree, but again, the reputation of entrepreneurs is changing. That's why we also see this panel, I think, at the corporate governance event. But still, the role of consultants there's more to do.
Well, there are 4 lawyers on this panel at least.
I'm one myself.
Yes, so 4 on the panel for discussing venture capital issues and corporate governance issues which are linked to it. So I think that's already an encouraging setting. I would suggest that we take 2 questions more and answer them together, if there are 2 more questions. My students in the back row are allowed to ask questions too, of course.
Yeah.
Well, if there are no further questions, I would like to suggest maybe that we take another 2-3 minutes, if that's possible, to briefly go into equity crowdfunding. Jesse, is it too much to ask you to give some initial thoughts on that, and then maybe I'll ask the other panel members to reflect on it too?
Sure, I'm happy to talk a little bit about the prospects of equity crowdfunding in the United States. And my bottom line is that it's not going to make very much difference for us. It'll provide some work for lawyers, and some poor people will lose their money, but otherwise not much is going to result from it. First of all, we don't really have a shortage of risk capital in the United States. The cost of starting a tech company have dropped because of cloud computing, and so it costs very little to start a company. At the same time, we have more and more money going into startups in the United States. I think in the year that just passed, we had like $70 billion of venture capital money going into startups, along with probably $30 billion of angel financing. This money is chasing very few good companies. So if you've got a promising company, it's very easy to get funding. If you have a bad company, it's also easy to get funding. We just don't have a shortage of risk capital in the United States. And if you look at the returns to venture capital in the United States over the last 15 years, to the investors in VC funds, they've been quite low compared to the returns in public markets. So that shows that venture capital money is like chasing on the margin bad deals. We don't really need more money. Now, the way equity crowdfunding is being set up in the United States, it's going to be extremely difficult for firms to access that money. There are limits on how much they can get. There's a limit to how much each investor can put in through equity crowdfunding. It's got to be mediated through a broker or a portal. They're going to be reporting and other types of obligations on brokers and portals, along with issuers, which are going to be quite onerous and frightening, because they come with the possibility of enforcement by the federal government, which is often not very forgiving. So I think that once these rules are put into place and the system gets started, which will take a few more months, there aren't going to be that many companies that try to access equity crowdfunding. Those that do are going to be marginal companies that can't get better money. And people that put their money into equity crowdfunding are not going to have the protective provisions that venture capitalists negotiate for. They're not going to have board seats. They're probably not going to get preferred stock. So they're going to be exposed to all sorts of risks from investing in companies that are marginal, that they have no control over, where they can't see what's happening very clearly, that's going to be located in another part of the United States. Each person's going to be putting in a small amount of money, so nobody has an incentive to try to monitor and enforce their rights. So I think the few people that put money into this system are probably not going to do very well.
I largely share your views on this, as we have discussed yesterday too. But hearing you that there's a lot of money available for startups in the US, maybe we should find some solutions to encourage US investors to invest more in Europe too, because that's definitely one of the issues we have, not to have enough funding. Maybe some final thoughts on that, Eric, would you like?
Yeah, just quickly. By the way, there's a lot of U.S. capital, venture capital, going to Europe right now, so we are very helpful, very grateful for that. But
You're
crowdfunding, by the way, crowdfunding could solve the problem of scaling. And I'll give you one example, which is a company in the UK, which is called Just Park, which did an equity crowdfunding round in a Series D, which is a later stage. And the reason why they do it at a late stage, because you would expect crowdfunding in a very early stage, but many of these companies, afraid of all the things that Jesse pointed out, go for crowdfunding in a later stage to test the product in the market. So to see whether people are actually interested in it. And this thing flew. They had more than 3,000 people investing in it. They got much more money than they expected and won it. And then the money is just, okay, it's an additional money that you can use and burn. But it's particularly to test your product in the market, and that's where crowdfunding can play a very important role, is in the later stage. And I think policymakers should realize this, because they always focus on crowdfunding in an early stage, but crowdfunding in a later stage could be much more important.
Could eventually also promote a culture of risk-taking in Europe, which we definitely need, as Claude stressed before. Claude, would you like to say a few words on that?
Very briefly, I mean, why do we talk about crowdfunding? Because there is a need for crowdfunding. If there was no need for crowdfunding, then we wouldn't talk about it. And so the world is changing, and the world is changing in the way money is managed, for investors, and the world is changing in the way funds are raised in the market. And crowdfunding is a very, very interesting way where younger generations or people with maybe some more gambling appetite can participate in the financing of the real economy, provided we find a good system to do it. And that is why I said we need a framework, a European framework, which applies across the territory in the same manner, no gold plating in the various member states, a level playing field between all the participants, avoiding the barriers to entry, avoiding the tax discrimination rules, making sure that we have real transparency rules and that the people understand how they will do it. And we will be seeing this to become a very popular way of funding the real economy in the years to come.
We have the younger generation on our panel, so Jérôme, would you like to reflect on that too?
Yeah, I'd like to underline what Mr. Kremer said. I think it's right that Europe will be well served to sort of have an overarching, consensus on how best to structure equity crowdfunding deals. Now, to echo some of what Mr. Fried has said, yes, certainly there might be a selection bias on equity crowdfunding platforms, because if you are such a successful company, would you not rather have very successful venture capitalists on your cap table that bring not only the money, but the prestige and potentially even, the network that goes with it. But also to echo what Mr. Vermeulen said, for some companies, and especially in the B2C space, it does also make sense to raise money via equity crowdfunding platforms, primarily as a giant marketing campaign that they're almost getting paid to do. Now, you cannot run a successful crowdfunding platform if you're only going to list companies on there that aren't, good companies. So over time, the successful crowdfunding platforms like Seedrs, for example, here, or Crowdcube, have a certain quality standards. Another point, though, is one of saying, okay, very well, we're going to raise $10 million on a crowdfunding platform from 10,000 people, each putting, 100 euros or something like that, or 1,000. That creates a problem because you'll blow up your cap table, tremendously. Is a case of how you're actually going to administer such a large, investor base. Now, that being said, there are solutions to it. In particular, I'm thinking about Seedrs in the UK, who have adopted a nominee model whereby they will actually represent all of the crowdfunding investors and will also make decisions on behalf of them. And they would be incentivized with a carry, just like a fund manager would, in representing those interests. And I think that's been quite a success for them, and I'd like to think others would emulate that. So, yeah.
Definitely raises very interesting questions in terms of corporate governance and managing the conflicts of interest in the right way again. So, well, this is a never-ending story, if I understand it correctly. So I think the time has come to close this panel. I would like to ask you to join me in applauding all the members of the panel for these excellent discussions.
Thank you very much for this panel. It was a very stimulating discussion. We could go on, but I think the time has run out. So would like to invite you for coffee where you could still ask questions, and I think they're happy to answer them. So it's until 11 o'clock, so please be here at time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was great. I didn't do a very brilliant job on this, but still, I think thanks a lot. Thanks for your contributions. No, but I think we use it.
Happy to talk about venture capital anywhere, anytime.
Ganz vlot wieder gedaan was, nee?
Oder guckt alles an der Reihe, der Fischieren von... Ja, ich schon probiert, aber... He's coming.
Yes,
Paul Musel.
so what's your revised end time, or is it still 12:15?
Actually, we have a second schedule, so...
Yes, you have to tell me what reality is.
Yes, so if we could... then... because we had second, so if you could finish like at 12:30, that would be great. But maximum. The official one is 15, but we counted with 15 delay.
Don't like to keep people too long though because they're hungry. Yeah?
So normally, if you can do it 15, it's great. Okay. But the maximum is really 30. C'est bon, mais le problème c'est les...
You want us to all sit down, you introduce and we all come up, or do you want us to just get up here?
No, just come, you can come up already. Ça ne fait pas de bruit, hein? Pour que les gens... Ah oui. Oui, mais je l'ai dit à tout le monde. Ouais, vous ne l'avez pas ramené. Non, mais ça fait, c'est pas top. Hein. Déjà, j'ai vu, il y a des gens...
Yeah, let's go on up.
So please have a seat. So your panel is complete? No? Just in time. Okay, I think we can start. So let's move to the second panel. So our second panel will dig into the governance of subsidiaries in multinational groups. So our moderator today will be Mr. Michael Schweiger. He is head of the corporate governance department at the Royal Bank of Canada, based in Luxembourg. So I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Len. Good morning, everyone. We have a very exciting panel this morning. It is impossible to discuss this topic without getting into a debate. So I'll briefly introduce my esteemed panel here. On your left, starting, Maître Tom Loesch is one of Luxembourg's leading law practitioners. Many of you know him. Had a lengthy practice in the corporate commercial area at Linklaters, and he's one of the key authors of an ILA, the Luxembourg Directors Institute paper, which was presented in June on this topic. Next to Tom, next to me is Professor Pierre-Henri Connac from the University of Luxembourg, who is specialized in company and commercial law, and involved in providing advisory and analysis on a number of topics in this area. Also a key contributor and organizer to the work done in the paper we'll be discussing. We'll, just in terms of format, we'll start this morning with these two gentlemen providing their key findings to the room. And after that, we'll open it up to the entire panel. Moving down the line here to your right is Marie-Jeanne Chevremont. Marie-Jeanne is the former chairman of ILA and also had a distinguished and lengthy career in the audit world at PwC, and today is acting as an independent director. Next down the line is Alexis Cipriano. You will have seen from his short biography in the pack that he's been with a number of large corporates. And we were just discussing at the coffee break that his position as director has evolved over time, first as an executive director in subsidiary boards, then moving on as a non-executive director, and now from a completely different perspective as an independent director. Alexis is quite involved in new developments in corporate governance, speaks on that regularly, and is a certified director in this area. So he'll be providing us with certainly a very interesting view. And last but certainly not least, Maître Paul Mouzel. Again, I'm flanked on this panel by really some very senior legal practitioners in the Luxembourg legal community, which is a real treat for us. Paul obviously is advising his clients on all kinds of transactions and financings, but very importantly on the corporate governance implications around some of those and how clients might address some of those issues. So that's our panel. You know, I'm conscious of time and I'm conscious of lunch, but I think we're all going to work up an appetite on this topic. So I hand it over to Tom, please.
There we go. Is that better? It's better. Okay. So my task is to walk you briefly through a report which ELA has published in June this year, and the report deals with governance of subsidiaries in multinational corporations. Now, to start with, obviously nowadays multinational groups have become the prevailing form of doing business, and Luxembourg, and this would not come as news to you, plays a role as an important hub. The issue which we have been asked to look into is to analyze and consider the interests of the subsidiary, which by hypothesis and the purpose of the report is based in Luxembourg, versus the interests of the parent company or the group. When it comes to speaking about those two concepts, first, obviously, we cannot avoid looking a little bit into definitions. There is a legal definition of the corporate interest in our laws, first in the Civil Code, Article 1833, reads, and that has been copied from the French Civil Code, that the company is to be run in the common interest of the parties to the contract. And our Companies Act, the law of 10 August 1915, in Article 53, reads that the company board holds the power to carry out all acts necessary useful for the accomplishment of the corporate purpose. So this is the corporate interest the board of directors has to work around. Besides that, it's the group interests. Obviously, when we speak about subsidiaries, we consider, and we have considered, companies that form part of a group. We have not so much considered the private equity scene, the venture capital scene, which we had a panel before, nor companies that happen to be owned by a single owner, a private person, for instance, but we've considered the subsidiary as forming part of a group. Our group interest is not defined in our Civil Code, nor is it defined in the law of 1915. There are some references in the law to a group, especially in accounting sections, but not when it comes to group interest. Now, where does that concept of group interest stem from? It stems actually from an important precedent delivered by the French Cour de Cassation in 1985, the famous Rosenblum precedent. This is a case that was had to deal with situations of a failure, a compulsory liquidation or bankruptcy, and considered questions around abuse of corporate assets. And the court had to consider whether a subsidiary in France had acted in the company's best interests or maybe in other interests when providing some assistance to its parent. And the court ruled in substance, I'm not going to go into the detail, that directors of a subsidiary can disregard to some extent the standalone corporate interest and act in the group interests looked at as a whole, provided a number of conditions are met. So I outlined these on the slides. The subsidiary directors may take into consideration the interests of the group upon certain conditions being fulfilled. The first one is that there must be a group, and the group must be characterized by capital and equity link. There must secondly be an integration, a business integration, which would allow for a coherent group policy and a common interest. And thirdly, the support which the subsidiary and its directors will grant to the group can only come with a counterpart. So there cannot be a breach of balance of mutual commitments between group companies. Now, these criteria, it has shown over time, having been implemented as well in Luxembourg, as I said, not in the law, but it is generally held that our courts do apply those. And Professor Konak will deal a little bit on of the Rosenblum impact in other countries. As you may gather from the slide, these criteria are rather difficult to be considered, and there are no specific, as far as Luxembourg is concerned, no specific court case in this. The criteria being difficult, how do you then address these standards? And what makes it that you can identify in a proper manner conflicts, and how do you deal with these conflicts? That was the subject matter of the report the Executive Committee of ELA commissioned probably a year ago, and it took some time to bring us there. The working group was set up, and we had two persons coming from the audit world, Erik van der Kerkhoff and Olivier Mortersman, and then two lawyers, shall I say, or legal people, myself and Professor Pierre-Henri Konak. We decided to set up working groups, which we composed, and we asked, obviously, first people that are close to ELA members, but not only. And these working groups came together in the form of panel discussions. There were as well some staged interviews. And basically, we had practitioners, we had legal practitioners, audit practitioners, but we had above all company directors. And there was a mix of those. We had company directors, some directors by profession nowadays, which we would in Luxembourg call independent directors, but as well company directors acting in subsidiary companies, of which they sometimes were employed, say the CEO who sits as well at the board. Alternatively, directors coming from within the group being sent very often from outside Luxembourg to Luxembourg, and having an employment contract with the parent, or no longer one, but still being close to the parent. And we had as well some service providers, which we would refer to as fiduciaire or domiciliary agent. These would be people who by profession, without being sort of independent directors, but operate companies in Luxembourg as subsidiaries. The report, which I believe has been distributed to all attendees to this conference at the time of their registration, is structured along three guidelines. So we first collected the input from the sessions. Then the working group thought it could come up with its own assessment of what the working group heard and what can be driven out in terms of conclusion therefrom. And the report concluded with a set of recommendations and best practices. We quickly found out that nothing is set in stone in this matter, and it would be presumptuous to try in a sort of scientific way come up with a fixed set of rules we ended up with a set of recommendations and best practices, and you will see them later on. Now, these are the main parts of the report. I have not enough time to go into the details. I would just focus perhaps on one of those. One chapter deals with the importance of anticipating and managing conflict of interest. We found out during the stage interviews that one should not take for granted that finding out conflicting situation is something obvious. First of all, the session participation told us, you know, our daily bread is not to manage conflicts. Conflicts arise now and then, but if they arise, well, we come to discover those perhaps at a very late stage. And the independent directors sometimes even added by saying, well, sometimes we didn't even discover them. It's by coincidence that we popped into that. The parent asked us to do certain things, and, well, we tried to abide to the best of our abilities. Second chapter deals with one model not fitting all. We heard about that before. What does that mean to say? Well, there is a large variety of subsidiaries. You have subsidiaries that are of an operating or operational nature. You have subsidiaries that are of a purely technical nature. Often these are being referred to as PVs. You have regulated and non-regulated subsidiaries. You have subsidiaries that are 100% controlled by a parent. You have subsidiaries with a little minority interest or larger minority interest. You have subsidiaries that are joint ventures, where you would perhaps have two groups that come together. Two cultures may then face themselves at the level of a board. And the report goes into the details as to how you should try and sort this out. Suffice to say that not one model fitting it all. One cannot just say, here are some rules or recommendations or best practices which would apply in each and any case. One has to adopt a case-by-case approach. The third chapter dealt with best practices in board governance and came up with possibly certain recommendations on what toolkit directors should be provided with. I will go a little bit into the details. In the fourth chapter, we analyzed and commented on certain situations which we felt were rather common in the relationship between a subsidiary and its parent, or a subsidiary in a group, cash pooling situations, financial assistance situations, and distributions. And we concluded with possible legal developments in Luxembourg, maybe at the EU level. Professor Konak will deal a little bit with that. And finally, the report concludes with recommendation and best practices. Now, just giving very shortly a couple of illustrations on one of the chapters, Chapter C, Best Practices. Rules of conduct. We found out that there are not many rules of conduct. Possibly there are none, at least in writing, when it comes to identifying colliding situations, conflicting situations, which interest is to prevail when the board decides. Is it the standalone one or the group one? No documentation is available. However, especially in groups where the top parent is a listed company, there are sets of governance rules, and sometimes which are proper to the listed company, but sometimes as well rules of how the group as a whole should behave, which means to say that those rules could eventually be exported to subsidiaries. In practice, though, our stage interviews learned us that the subsidiary board very often doesn't know about that, meaning to say that the group doesn't pass on these rules. And one recommendation we had is, well, people should ask themselves the question, should we give ourselves some rules, and should we import rules? At least we have something to look at. And who knows if at parent level we found some solutions, well, we might adopt those solutions at subsidiary levels, and eventually when the parent becomes too pushy, tell the parent, listen, it's your own rules we're trying to apply, so please explain before you ask us to pass resolutions. The second one is the board composition and the chair. On the chair, I think the panel will discuss the role of the chair in potential or existing conflict situations. Adequate mix of board composition. Here again, there is no model, but what we learned in the sessions and in our interviews is that a number of concepts have popped up. And if one adopts these concepts, life comes perhaps easier for a board to tackle the issue of dealing with conflict issues. And I'm just giving you these contexts like that. Diversity. I mean, the board should be diverse, not only when it comes to the gender issue, but as well a mix of people coming from the group, coming from outside the group, independents, one independent, or should it be better to have two independents, because a single independent being the only whistleblower may be difficult. It's the position of the various, which position the directors of the subsidiary board hold within the group. Obviously skills is important. It's not only the technical skills, but it is as well the knowledge of the group, of the culture of the group. Challenge, the word challenge has come up. Directors of the subsidiary should have the capacity and the capability of challenging what is being put to them by the parent. And to my sense, a little bit strangely, the word trust came up as well. For it's generally held that there must be trust among directors. Does that mean to say that there are boards where the trust does not exist among directors? I put it just as a question. The third bullet point is director knowledge of the group and group culture. Here, fairly often, the subsidiary board or certain members of the board, we felt, do not necessarily have a clear idea as to what the culture of the group is, how the group ought to be managed. Why, at the end of the day, the company has set up a subsidiary in Luxembourg. Why a subsidiary and not a branch? There must be a reason. Why is that so? The answer to those questions will help the board and the directors, especially the independent ones, to better understand and manage conflict of interest. And lastly, the need for the director's involvement in business line decision making. This is the case where the subsidiary is an operating company, and where normally, if the group is well structured, there are business lines, and the business lines in Luxembourg somehow follow the business lines that exist as well in the parent company. The issue here is the conflict arises, it seems, more often where the Luxembourg-based directors are not fully into the decision-making at business line level, which are reached at parent level. It is up to the parent to set the policy for the group and as well the policies for the subsidiary. It is another thing for the subsidiary to blindly follow the plan that comes from the parent. And the report describes and comes up with some recommendations as to how, in order to avoid the conflict of interests, the directors of the Luxembourg subsidiary be to some extent brought in when it comes to deciding on business plans that are being approved at the upper level but have an absolute and necessary importance and relevant for the Luxembourg subsidiary. I walk you through very quickly to the recommendations and the best practices. I do that quickly because my talk aims at inducing you at reading our report and reading it from a critical point of view. So here they are. There are 9 recommendations. The first deals with the group organization structuring. The second one is one should offer induction courses to directors and regular information sessions, especially where the Luxembourg subsidiary operates in certain business lines. The issue of the rule book, should this be imported from the parent if it exists? Most certainly. If not, should one be created? Is it easy to create a rule book on conflict of interest and handling conflict of interest issues? There's a need for the direct involvement in the business line decision-making process. I mentioned that. Adequate mix of directors originating from the group and independent directors, except in case of 100% technical subsidiaries. So the SPVs, maybe the independents have not necessarily their place in technical 100% controlled SPVs, though one can reflect on that. Adequate director diversity in terms of background, technical skills, improved disclosure of conflict of interest issues, conflict of interest situation to be dealt with only in a physical meeting. This seems to be obvious, but the reality is not that one. On 30 December, the parent circulates draft circular resolutions for the immediate, I don't know, payment of a dividend. Suggests to the director that an immediate EGM ought to be called on the 30th of December for the payment of an extraordinary dividend of a huge nature. 9 points, and the final one is to consider the merit of including in the subsidiary articles primacy of group interest over standalone interest. The issue here is, considering that we work only on case law, that we work only on best practices, would the Luxembourg subsidiary board feel better protected and more at ease to pass resolutions if the articles of the Luxembourg company would contain a proviso according to which there is primacy in certain circumstances of the group interest over the standalone corporate interest. With that note, I stop here and pass on the floor to Professor Konak to guide us a little bit through the European developments in this matter.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you, Tom. According to the schedule, I've just finished my talk now.
It was too long.
I will be, so I'm extremely efficient. Okay, so I will, so we have this report of ELA, which deals with an issue which is group interest, and the goal that we are all trying to achieve is how to make cross-border groups more manageable when they give orders to their subsidiaries. So how to make the management of cross-border groups easier. And this is not a theoretical question. Exactly like the ELA report mentions, it's a very practical question. And Luxembourg was the right place to work on this because in Luxembourg there are so many subsidiaries who are receiving instructions from a parent every day. So this is a real issue. But what I wanted to mention is that it's not only an issue in Luxembourg, it's also an issue in other countries. And what I would just present here is current developments, but in other countries also people are thinking about this. So we look at 3 parts. Developments at the member state level, because this is a European Union conference. We look also at some reports which have been developed on this issue in other countries, in France, also a working group led by Germany. And we'll look finally at what is going on at the EU level in terms of reflection. So first, the member state level. And now I want to show you a very nice map, which has taken me a lot of time to get to, but here it is. So this is the situation where, in Europe, where you have recognition of interest for a group or non-recognition of interest of a group. So if someone is not satisfied with his country classification, they can come to see me, but I think it's pretty much correct. Some countries like Romania and Spain might have aspects where they recognize in some of the case law or in some part of the legislation, so it's a bit mixed, but anyway, it's looking like this. But what is even more interesting is the recent developments. Where do we go? Well, you have two models. Some countries say we recognize the group interest, like France, Rosenblum, Luxembourg. Some countries say no, and you have to protect, tick for tack, basically, the minority shareholders and the creditors. But all developments, since 15 years, I say all developments, are going only in one direction, going towards Rosenblum, the French system. So Italy in 2003 introduced legislation on this. The Czech Republic in 2014, which is basically based on the French Rosenblum approach. Hungary, same thing. And if you take case law, you see Poland, you have a decision by a Court of Appeal of Poland, which was not appealed to the Supreme Court, so it's valid law in Poland. They even quote Rosenblum, by the way. Spain, you have a decision by the Spanish Supreme Court, which basically accepts the idea that a group, that a subsidiary may act in a way which is helping its parent, a group, even if it's not in its best interest. So the Rosenblum test, basically. Estonia. 3 weeks ago, the Supreme Court of Estonia decided to recognize the group interest. So all the transfer, Greece, there was a report was saying we need to have Rosenblum in Greece. It was not implemented so far because there were elections, as you know, and we had other more urgent matters, I would say, to deal with. What are the developments at the academic and business level? Well, you see also calls, basically, for having a more EU-wide approach and more flexibility in the management of groups across border in Europe. So, first example, you have the so-called European Model Company Act. So this is a model law based on the US MBCA, that Professor Fried knows very well, and has been developed since 2007. You can find on the website here some references, so you can have more information on this. And in this MCAR work, basically, you have a chapter on groups. And this chapter on groups is basically a mixture between the French approach, recognizing the group interest, and also the German approach, so providing some protections, some more protections that exist in France or in some other countries. So it's basically a balance between the two approaches, but it goes in the direction of Rosenblum. You have a group of experts, mostly Germans or German-speaking people from different countries. One of the experts is actually also in the room today, called the Forum Europeum on Company Group, which calls also for the Commission to propose a directive and to have a recognition of group interest at the EU level. They make some differences between services companies and non-services companies. So here we come again with the idea, which is in the ILA report. If you are a pure service company, fully owned, well, your personal interest, your social interest is not very different from the one from your parent. So the group interest should be more easily recognized in this situation. If you have minority shareholders, then okay, it's a bit different, of course, and you have to be more careful about recognizing group interest. But this is the idea which is in the air. And this group, did not work together. So it's just basically people working in Luxembourg or working in Germany, which suddenly come with the same idea. How do you protect people? Well, sell-out rights, if you have minority shareholders, or the UK wrongful trading to protect creditors. Means once you're close to bankruptcy, you have to make sure that no transaction will hurt the creditors. Then in Paris now, there was a think tank, there's also a representative who is here today, was a member of this think tank, which calls the Commission to come with a recommendation. So what is this paper about? It's essentially the French saying to Europe, okay, we agree to give you Rosenblum. You can take it. Yeah, of course, people have started to do it without asking. And they come with a simplified Rosenblum test for companies which are fully owned. So once again, this idea that if you are a fully owned company, you have only one shareholder, the parent. Well, the parent should be able to give you instructions, basically. Should be able to manage you in a more hand-on approach. If you have minority shareholders, it could be a bit different. And they come with the idea how to make life easier for companies. Well, why there would not be a white list of practices within group which should be acceptable, at the EU level? So, for instance, cash pooling. Well, you have different rules on cash pooling in many countries. So some cash pooling operations which are acceptable in one country might not be acceptable in the other. So this is creating complexity at the EU level. And cash pooling is a very simple operation. So they say there should be a white list of practices within group which should be acceptable for directors of subsidiaries. Now, developments at the EU level. What's going on at the EU level? Well, it started in 2011 with the report of a reflection group on the future of EU company law. And this group of experts came with the idea that the Commission should consider, subject to evidence, that it would be benefit, to adopt a recommendation recognizing the interest of the group. So this idea, which has popped up in many different countries, in many different member states, has made its way to the EU level. So the Commission endorsed the idea and made a public consultation. It was a large number of people who answered. I have to say I went through all the answers, which was actually a quite painful exercise because there were almost 500 answers. But anyway, there was usually strong support for this. And where did the support come from? Well, it came from lawyers. We're not surprised because as lawyers, you know, we want to have good rules which are squared. Also some business associations. And the most support geographically would come from countries with rigid rules. So we are basically saying to the Commission, get us out of here. We want, you know, flexibility. We want the capacity to manage groups cross-border in a more easier way. So you had lots of positive answers from Germany, from Austria, from countries who had rigid rules. And there was one funny one from Romania. So I don't know if there's anybody from Romania here. Yes. Well, Romania said there was an answer from Romania which says, well, it's not clear what our law is actually on groups. So please, the Commission, could you do something for us, you know, and make our law more clearer? So we were looking to Brussels basically to make it easier. Well, because of this, the action plan of 2012 says that the Commission will come with an initiative on this. Okay, what will be the advantages to have some kind of recognition at the EU level? Well, you have a lack of clarity. Even among countries which recognize group interests, you have subtle differences. Some countries will not make differences between subsidiaries which are fully owned and not fully owned. So it will provide some kind of level playing field at the EU level. Then it will reduce the cost of doing business, especially for SME. If you're a large company, you can have a large legal department with 20 people being expert in the company law of Luxembourg, France, Germany, and so on. If you're an SME, just have one guy, you know, sitting in a room and he's being asked by his CEO to discuss what is the law in Bulgaria. He has no idea. He has no idea. Then how can he advise? Then he has to take a lawyer, and it's a huge cost then to know what's going on. There are other issues, but anyway, it will make the life easier for companies. There's also a very interesting development, and I mentioned this because we are sitting in Luxembourg, which is a very important financial center. If you have a strong support for recognition of group interest from the finance industry and the insurance industry. Why? Because they are in a conflicting situation. They are being held accountable by supervisors for whatever happens which is done by their subsidiary, even cross-border. Oh, sorry, that's my clock. They are being held accountable for anything which takes place there. But it means they need to be able to give orders to the subsidiaries because they are liable for whatever the subsidiary does wrong. So here they are being taken into a difficult situation where in some countries the board of the subsidiary will say, no way, I'm not allowed to accept this, while the parent will be liable for any mistake done by the subsidiary. So this is not possible. And this tendency is growing because after the crisis you have more, let's say, a willingness of, it's understandable, from supervisors to beef up the independent directors in the subsidiaries to have more substance and so on. And you have actually a recognition of a group interest, but implicit in the BRRD directive under Article 19, because under this directive, if you are part of a group, a subsidiary can make a loan to the parent to try to save the parent. It has to be subject to a vote by the shareholders. It has to be subject to an authorization by the supervisors. But still, the directive says, well, you can do this. Why? Because it will be in the interest of the stability of a group. So if you save the parent company, the bank, then obviously the bank will survive. Otherwise, if the parent fails, all the group will fail. So of course, the interest of a subsidiary is also per se interest of a group. So this is recognized. But how will this work in Germany, for instance? Well, it's not recognized. We have company law, which will be rigid, and then you have this banking law regulation, which says you can do it. How is this going to happen when it goes to court? This will be a difficult situation. So as a conclusion, what do we see in Europe? Well, we see one trend which is very clear, whether it's academic, whether it's legislative, whether it's case law. People are saying we are much more integrated than before. We should have more common rules and to make the life of groups which are active cross-border easier. What do we see at the member state level? As I show you from the map, well, member states are moving one by one, more or less, in this direction. But not all will be moving. No, I don't expect Germany to change its Aktiengesetz from 1965 and move in this direction. So a EU intervention would be useful for two reasons: to show the way forward, saying it's an invitation to move in this direction, so maybe to think in Germany also about this. And also because it will be EU intervention, you will have some kind of level playing field across all the member states. So you could come with a recommendation, not a directive. I think it's not possible. And as a last point, so the Commission is working on this, and there's a group of experts which is working with the Commission, the ICLEG, Informal Company Law Expert Group, which has been asked to write a report on this issue of group interest at the EU level, and the report should be out in the first quarter of 2016. So I think it would be also interesting in terms of reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre-Henri, and to Tom as well. So what's clear to me is that these two gentlemen have already put a lot of work into this topic. So I'm about to put the rest of my panel to work as well. But before I do that, we're in an age of multitasking here, so I would like to throw up a poll, if that's possible, because I know all of you can manage voting, approving a dividend, and listening to the panel discussion at the same time. So just on the questions, the question here is, how should group interest be defined? So there's clear lack of definition. Just ignore those labels, hard law and soft law. They don't really make sense. But should we define it as, if it's 100% subsidiary, you're within the group and you can benefit from the group interest definition? Is it a wider definition that includes sibling, affiliates, anything within the group? Or is it status quo, we don't need the definition? And I think we'll check in and see how this evolves in the next few minutes, because when I look around this room, we have directors, we have shareholders, we have CEOs, but we also have regulators. We also have people who draft European legislation. We also have litigators. So I'm very interested to see how all of these different parties will view this, because I think each perspective has something to gain from one of these answers. So I'm going to throw it open to the panel. We touched on it a little bit. We have a lot of multinational groups. Luxembourg is a great example with many different subsidiaries. But these groups are involved in different industries. The subsidiaries are there for different purposes. So, maybe Paul, I'll ask you first from a legal perspective. I mean, there clearly isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, but how do we address this? Some of these subsidiaries are financial institutions, they're regulated, others not, public, private. How do we address this?
Well, I think that I want to come back to what Tom said. One is that a company which wants to do business in Luxembourg, a Luxembourg company which wants to do business outside of Luxembourg, has always a choice between a subsidiary and a branch. Now, if they choose to do it via subsidiary, obviously they need to pay at least some sort of recognition to this subsidiary and the fact that the subsidiary is an autonomous legal entity. I think that's a very important point Tom made. And the other one is also a point made by Tom, is that at least in the financial sector, the reporting of the stuff in Luxembourg very often goes via business lines. So if I look at a bank where I have a head of credit. Now, this head of credit does not only report to his own CEO, but also to the head of credit of the parent company. And that is a fact. I would add a third point before I go more in your question. That is consolidation. And consolidation, we have it on the accounting field. We have it in the supervision. And so consolidation means clearly that the group exists and that the group's interests must be taken into account. Now, all that having been said, I think that one size fits all definitely never plays, and especially does not play very well in this question, and between companies who are either regulated or publicly listed or have minority interests, because there you have different stakeholders, and obviously somebody has to consider the interest of those stakeholders as well. Whereas internal group companies, where you just have one shareholder and the company is created to hold IP property or something like that, there clearly I think that the group interest should even prevail. And clearly this distinction must be made.
Well, of course, I agree with what Paul has said, but I would add that in addition, we also need to take into account the size and complexity of the subsidiary and of the group. And the more the group is complex, the more it's important to have a good governance in the subsidiary to completely understand and make sure that the subsidiary also is able to recognize the group and the objective of the group.
I would add just one point, and it's a pity that we have this seminar today and not in a good week's time, because there is a very high-profile litigation pending in the Luxembourg courts, where one of the main questions is there has been a redemption decided by Luxembourg, a subsidiary of an instrument before maturity, and creditors have sued the directors in court and have said, look, the decision you have taken has definitely not been in the interest of the company, but it has been in the interest of the investors. And this is a private equity case, and the judgment will be given, I think, on the 23rd of December, but then we will really have some sort of information of how the Luxembourg courts look at it, even in a private equity environment.
Thank you. Maybe let's talk a little bit about board dynamics. I think one of the most controversial recommendations in the ELA paper is the suggestion that one needs 2 independent directors on the board. And that's
I think what we said is that we need at least 2 directors in the
at
two
least
independent
least
directors
2
in the board.
at least 2. So
in fact, if you have, I had the experience when I was the only independent director in a board. I think that even I'm fairly strong when I'm sitting in a board, but when you are on your own and you have only the other directors being executive directors, it's very difficult to make changes and to have the interest of the subsidiaries taken into consideration. So now, before accepting to be in a board, I always ask how many independent directors there will be. And when I say at least, it's also depending on the complexity of the organization. If you take a bank, a bank subsidiary in Luxembourg, for me, 2 is really a minimum. And honestly, particularly if you have a board of 6 or 7 people, if you have only 2 as independent sitting here in Luxembourg, might be sometimes difficult to get all your points accepted by the group. And I think also that the independent directors should come from different horizons, from different backgrounds. The independent directors need not be all former bankers, but I think if you have a good mix of an independent who has a good banking experience, a good experience in law, a good experience, of course, as an auditor, you have different backgrounds. And as independent director, if you work together in a board with these different experiences, you really can make a lot of progress within the board. And I think at the end, the executives also finally will accept your points, and it's also, they will very quickly understand that it's in the interest of the subsidiary and in the interest of the group.
maybe just Alexis, I can see you can. Is it realistic?
Well, is it realistic? Let's look at a few practical cases here. For me, I'm coming more from the industrial world rather than from a financial world. One of the first things I always comment when we start talking about independence at the subsidiary level is what is realistically independent? Who nominates the board directors? Well, it's the shareholders. So the dominant shareholder has the power to appoint you and remove you. So even if you're an independent director at the subsidiary level, realistically your independence is somewhat compromised, because if you don't act, let's say, to a certain extent in the interests of the majority shareholder, that majority shareholder can and may remove you. So for me, independence is a concept that's compromised when we're talking about subsidiary level governance. However, what I do like about the concept of independence, why did we create the concept of independence? It was to bring in an outside view. That's the value of an independent director. If we've got a subsidiary, those activities in the subsidiary are a subsidiary for a reason, because that means that there's a different risk, there's a different business, there's a different profile, there's something that's different compared to the mother company, because if not, it would have just been a branch or another office of the mother company. There's no reason to have a separate legal entity if there's not something different about the subsidiary. And therefore, you need to manage the subsidiary in a different way to the way that you're managing the mother company. And I'm talking about managing the different risk or the different profile or the different legal profile of that subsidiary. For me, that's where the value of having independent directors is. Now, coming back to the question of, is the number 2, is the magic number 2, is it 6, is it what's the magic number? For me, it depends on the size of the board. We have codes and we have legislation in place that talk about a reasonable mix. Having more than 2 directors when there's 15 on the board is a different story than saying having more than 2 directors if there's only 5 on the board. So talking in absolute numbers, for me, doesn't really work. I'm more a practical person. We have to be practical and say, okay, what are we looking for at the subsidiary level? Are we looking for that expertise that deals with the difference at the subsidiary level compared to the mother company? Let's get the independence in that deals with that difference. So for me, it's not really about being independent per se. It's about getting an outside view that deals with the difference at being at the subsidiary level.
Can I just react on the fact that independence is an illusion because you are nominated by the majority shareholder and he can throw you out? As an independent, you have also the possibility to resign. So if you are really independent, so you have the 2 sides of the game.
Exactly. That I completely agree with. When I said that the independence is compromised in the sense that in the real world, you feel a little bit inhibited when you're up against a majority of directors nominated by the majority shareholder. That's the practical reality. And I've heard of numerous cases where quite simply a majority shareholder has removed an independent director, an independent in inverted commas, simply because that independent director was not towing the group line. So I'm just talking with realism. That shouldn't happen, and we have to find ways, and maybe we'll come on to that in a bit, Michael, but we have to find ways so that majority shareholders respect and understand the value of those independent directors at the subsidiary level.
So I think if, and sorry, I just want to comment, I see on the poll, we've got a very conservative group here, which would bring in all companies in the group. So I don't know if this is a shareholder-heavy group or anyway. If you want to influence it, vote again. I think you know the dilemma when as an independent, you know, whether it's lack of access to information or being asked to toe the party line. In a sense, it could be easier as an independent because you can always take the difficult decision to resign. But I want to come on to actually non-independent directors who are on subsidiary boards. You know, usually resigning in those circumstances means actually resigning from 2 roles, your directorship and your day job. And there it's not so simple. So whether you're an executive subsidiary director or an independent, I mean, what are the techniques you can use? Because you know, the prospect of resigning or even having that discussion isn't a particularly realistic one. There have to be more practical ways to be able to resolve those conflicts, and I'd sort of look to you for maybe examples from your past of how you've done that.
Well, in my particular example, what we've done, I've worked with some large industrial groups, namely in the telecoms and food industries. What we've actually done is we've set up a charter for each individual legal entity, which basically says it defines what the role of the directors are, and how they should go about their business. Basically, obviously with the emphasis on promoting the best interests of the company. One of the other things that comes up is conflicts of interest, because if you are a majority shareholder nominated board director, then you are actually wearing two hats in that meeting. You're wearing a hat representing your shareholder, but you're also wearing a hat looking after the interest of that subsidiary company. And I've seen in the charters where to use images, you're supposed to take off the hat that belongs to your shareholder and just leave on your hat at the subsidiary level. Now, that's actually a very difficult thing to do because we're all human beings. And yes, we have a job and a career within the group if we're nominated, if we're a non-independent director. In other words, saying we're an executive or we're a non-executive director. We have a job within the group, so we have a career as well, but we do have a legal duty to be doing our best for that subsidiary level. So yes, I acknowledge that. The tools I've seen are a charter which basically outline very clearly where the interests are, the primary interests are at the subsidiary level. Sometimes I've seen that consideration will be given to the group interests, and there are some sort of system whereby conflicts of interest are dealt with in a very transparent and upfront manner, so that they're on the table and they're dealt with, so that people can focus on the fact that there are conflicts of interest, but they can focus on what the true interests which are supposed to be being debated are. Those are the interests at the subsidiary level.
Marie-Jeanne, did you want to comment?
Yes, but before you come to the chart, you need somebody in your subsidiary or in the group who really is open to this kind of tools. So there is first to be conscious that there could be a conflict of interest between the group and the subsidiary. So you really need a group either who has a good thinking in terms of corporate governance. And if you have that generally at the subsidiary level, well, it's much easier. And if it's not at the group level, I think the subsidiary also can make some proposition, recommendation in order for this to evolve, and for the group, also for the parent company, to understand that the subsidiary is a different body, has its own, the board of the subsidiary has its own responsibility, and so there is also an action to be taken at the board level and probably the independent directors level, because they have not their main job to lose, so they can make this kind of suggestion, recommendation for the governance of the group to evolve over time. And I may add that the role of the chairman of the board of the subsidiary is essential in order to evolve in this kind of discussion and having a better governance.
Yeah, I guess what we're saying is that there's. Do we have an issue with knowledge at the board level of the subsidiary that the board directors are supposed to be acting in the best interests of the company? I'm not convinced that that's fully understood in the real world. We still have a lot of directors at the subsidiary board director level who are just towing the party line, but maybe are not aware that they actually have a duty to act in the best interests of the subsidiary. So are we talking maybe about an education issue amongst directors? I mean, we're addressing that in corporate governance with the certification programs, with the general training, for directors and the support that's given to directors. But within that education, to be given that education before the board directors are educated, do they have that knowledge to proactively go up to the mother company, the parent company, and say, we need a charter, we need a set of rules at the subsidiary level to make sure that we are looking after the best interests of the company? So for me, the problems start at the educational level. Are all the directors aware of what their primary duties are?
So maybe just continuing to talk about the chair. I think there are two realistic examples of chairs on subsidiary boards. One is the group representative who flies in, who is the most senior person around the table, who is the chair. The other option is a locally based chair who is not the most senior person around the table, and usually his or her boss is one of the directors who's flown in for the board meeting that day. Maybe I'll start with Paul and then move to Alexis. I mean, what is the role of the chair? Is it to ensure that the group interest is properly translated at the subsidiary level? Is it to facilitate the board meeting? Where do you see the role of the chair in a subsidiary context?
Well, from a purely legal point of view, the chairperson is in fact the primus inter pares from a purely legal point of view. Now, the bylaws can, of course, give a specific role like casting vote to the chairperson, but basically that is not the case. I think that I have personally experienced both in boards where the chairperson is one of the independent directors and where the chairperson is somebody from the group. And I believe that where the chairperson is one of the independent directors, the atmosphere in the board is completely different, because he can ask the right questions and he can also challenge management better than if the chairperson comes from the group. If the chairperson comes from the group, all issues with management already have been discussed either before the board meets or in phone calls, and sometimes the board is just informed that the CEO has been terminated and things like that. Now that does not happen normally when the chairperson is an independent director. I have seen that where I act as a chairperson in a company, there very often then I receive a phone call from the shareholder, from the majority shareholder, and they really start discussing things beforehand, really discussing, not you have now to do it like that. So I think that is a very good piece of sound corporate governance.
Yeah. I would agree with Paul, but this also means that the chair, if he is an independent person, needs to really understand the strategy of the group. And really needs to be involved in more meetings at group level, because you cannot just chair the board of the subsidiary here in Luxembourg in isolation. You really need to be more connected with the group in order to be a good chairman.
Absolutely.
I would even go to say that the challenge is even more difficult than what Paul and Marie-Jeanne were explaining, because at least in the financial world, which is what we're quite exposed to here in Luxembourg, at least now there's regulation that forces the split between the chairman and the management. That's not the case yet in the industrial world. We still have chairmen who are the managing director of the company,
PDG, yeah.
the PDG system. So if you look at neighboring France, for example, you just take the CAC 40, 34 of those 40 still have one person being the chairman and the managing director. So in the industrial world and the services world, we're not, the non-financial services world, we're still not there. So on top of the dynamic that Paul was talking about, we even have the point where there's a personal conflict of interest in the board, in the board at the subsidiary level, because the managing director, who is also the chairman, also has career aspirations within the group normally. And so he or she is necessarily going to toe the party line even stronger than a chairman who is not a managing director. So for me, I like the way that the financial industry has gone, which is separating the roles of chairman and managing director. And I personally will not join a board now unless there is that separation, which is becoming increasingly difficult in the industrial world. But for me, a good chairman is there to organise the debate, to orchestrate a fair discussion amongst all participants at the board level, whether they're executive, non-executive or independent. If that doesn't happen, then we're not doing our best for the company and the optimal decisions don't come out. So for me, it's all about reinforcing the role of what the chairman is. It's not, is there a chairman, and there should be a chairman who should do something. It should be reinforcing the role of what the chairman should do. And for me, that's a balanced discussion, orchestrating the debate and making sure that all views, wherever they're coming from, are dealt with.
Thanks, Alexis. Conscious of time, we'll wrap in 5-10 minutes here. If there are questions, we will get you a microphone. And while we do that, I will just ask a quick question based on one of the examples that Tom gave. You know, this famous December 30th example where you're asked to sign a written resolution to approve a massive dividend payment. I'm gonna ask Paul and Alexis, as a director, when that resolution gets emailed to you, followed by a phone call which says, "Look, you need to sign this afternoon," how do you react?
First of all, I think it's a very bad corporate governance to use circular resolutions at all. You can use circular resolutions if you have discussed something in the board. You are waiting still for some sort of opinion coming in, and then the board says, okay, if the opinion is positive, then we do not need to reconvene. Let's take a circular resolution. That's fine. But if on the 13th of December you receive a circular resolution to distribute a dividend, I think that if you are an irresponsible independent director, you should refuse to do so unless it has been discussed somewhere already and that you know les tenants et les aboutissants why this dividend must be paid on the 13th of December. It's a matter of information. But if it just comes out of the blue, I think that you are faced with probably a bad choice and to say no.
I agree with what Paul has said, that circular resolution, unless the point has been discussed openly in a previous board, should be exceptional. And I think that today we have a lot of different means of communication. You can easily organize a board meeting by call and have a sufficient member on the call. And even then, I think what is also very important is that we do not fix the quorum at a too low level, so that on the 30th of December, unless you don't have a circular resolution, but only 2 directors on the call agreeing on the dividend. That will not change the issue. So I think there are quite a number of other means today to organize a quick decision, because you also need sometimes to have quick decisions in a board. And that's also the reason why board members should be enough flexible in their organization to be ready to jump in this kind of calls and so to facilitate and to take the right decision at the right time.
Alexis, yeah?
Can I be a little bit provocative here? Who actually decides the dividends, or who approves the dividends? Ultimately, it's the shareholders. So realistically, taking a pragmatic approach, at the end of the day, the board of directors at the subsidiary level is going to propose, the way it should happen is the subsidiary level is going to propose a dividend and the shareholders say yes or no. Realistically, if it's not enough or it's not the right amount, then the shareholder is going to say no and it's going to come back down again. So at a certain point, from a practical point of view, yes, the majority shareholder, who, by the way, also has the majority at any shareholders meeting, has a lot of power in this respect. So for me, that's the first point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make, which is the provocative part, is that the question is not, is the discussion being in person or is it by circular resolution? It is, a dividend is typically a material transaction for both the subsidiary level and the mother company. Why is this suddenly coming out of the blue on 30th of December? For me, there's a bigger issue. There's a planning issue. A material transaction that comes out of the blue on the 30th of December is screaming at me. There's a problem with internal controls, cash planning, tax planning. I don't know what. Because at the end of the day, most groups, at least in the industrial world, do cash pooling anyway. So a dividend is just another way. It's just one of several ways you can take cash from the subsidiary level upstairs to the mother company. And I'm talking, that's easier, obviously, with a 100% owned subsidiary than with, say, an 80% percent owned subsidiary. But the point is, groups should be cash planning, and if we're suddenly coming out with 1 day's notice to have a dividend, which is a material transaction, there's something bigger than just the governance between the mother company and the subsidiary company. So, sorry, I think there needs to be a more worrying debate at the board level at the mother company, not just at the subsidiary level.
Really good point. Frédéric? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My question will refer only to the banking industry, only to banks. For the time being, having independent director is not compulsory. No. There are many big banks here in Luxembourg who are fully owned subsidiaries of a mother company with no independent directors. Okay? So all what we have discussed today, and it's to me rather academic because it comes to groups where they have appointed independent directors, meaning that somewhere they have the will or the interest to listen those independent directors. And normally it works, and by experience it works rather well. And if it doesn't work, we have the possibility for the shareholder to remove the independent director or to the independent director to resign. When it will come, if it comes, to compulsory independent director by law or regulation, I think that in that case, hard law for 100% subsidiary will be absolutely key. I would like to have the feeling of the panel for that.
Maybe I am perhaps starting. In the financial world, there are many banks in Luxembourg, though, who have independent directors. But there, I think that the weapon of the resignation is very important, because today, if an independent director resigns in a Luxembourg bank, that has to be justified vis-à-vis the CSSF. And so that is the first point. And by the way, I think that Circular 552 also recommends that banks having a certain size should have an independent director. So I believe that I am against putting everything in law, but if you have a fight in the board of a subsidiary and you tell the chairman, look, I am going to resign, and explain to the CSF why I've resigned, normally then you get listened to.
Yes, so that's the reason why many banks have no independent directors.
But that's also the role of ILA to promote good governance and to also convince the bank, the subsidiaries here in Luxembourg, that it is a value add to have good independent directors. I'm not sure that we need an additional law on that, because we already have quite a number of laws. And I think that,
I'm not asking for a law. I'm just saying that the groups who want to be charbonnier et maître chez soi, they have no independent directors. That's it. And they will continue to have non-independent directors.
I think that at group level, you have
at the group level, yes, at the mother company.
And I think the problem probably more lies at the group level, because the independent directors have not yet completely fulfilled their role and responsibility. Because if you are at a board at the group level, you should also push to have a good governance at the subsidiary level, and also promote the fact that you need independent directors at the subsidiary level if you want to do your job at the group level.
And I'm moderating, but just a comment. I think as local laws and local regulation become more and more complex, if you're sitting as a parent director in whatever jurisdiction, how on earth will you know that all of your decisions are compliant with local laws and regulations? And wouldn't you want to have a subsidiary director who's double-checking that for you, who is your eyes and ears on the ground, who has the courage to raise that topic or question? I think Paul's observation that some groups are willing to put an independent chair in place, for me it's a very quick litmus test about that group's appetite to actively monitor and really be engaged on their compliance with these issues. So I think we can get one more question. Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
First of all, thank you, Michael. You've really managed to get a very stimulating debate going on here. It's been very interesting. And it's been interesting as well to hear, when you've been talking about the role of the non-executive directors, they're very anxious to be able to manifest their influence and their opinions within the board, whereas on the earlier discussion, particularly around the Rosenblum discussion, there is this feel that there should be a legal simplicity introduced, which means that there's going to be a greater recognition of group interest. Now, I have perhaps a little question for Pierre-Henri, just to bring you back into the picture. Is there actually going to be a clash, an argument between the regulatory emphasis to make sure that financial institutions and other regulated entities maintain a certain independent point of view, in the sense that there are large financial institutions in the local context that need to consider, after all, what the impact on the local economy and the local financial markets will be, compared to perhaps a legal push to simplify the legal environment for group interest? Because the more you recognize group interest in a very formal, hard law basis, and you can see that on the questionnaire that we've had up there, it's only the 100% hard law of 100% for subsidiaries only gets 5, right? And it's not 100%. It's not.
Was that were all 5 you or?
No. It's 70 votes, so I think that must be 50% adherence to that argument. So it seems to be, mitigé. So I'm wondering, do you think there's going to be a conflict here between adherence to hard law, let's make this simple, and actually directors who are being of their companies at a local level?
Well, the idea to have a recognition of group interest is not about turning subsidiaries into branches. So, I mean, even Rosenblum and so on, this exception, but of course the subsidiary is a different entity, is an independent entity. But of course there are more and more requests by the parents, to do what the parent wants, and this is where you have this clash, this conflict, between the parent and the subsidiary, which makes the situation of the directors very uncomfortable. This is what we get, from people working in practice. That they receive instructions and they say, okay, what should I do? For instance, let's take the example from the Estonian company situation. The parent was having some trouble, and the directors of the sub, which was 100% on sub, were being asked to make a loan to the parent to try basically to prop up the parent for some more months. And the parent was also providing services, so the group was quite integrated. So what will you decide in this situation? The parent situation is not very stable, but still, not in bankruptcy yet, and you have no rule. What do you know? What is going to happen? The Estonian law said nothing. You might end up with a court also in Luxembourg, which might go one way or the other, because it's a judgment call that you have to make. So, of course, if you have some kind of legal basis, level playing field, which says, okay, at least you were allowed to take into account into your decision as director of a subsidiary the interest of a parent, because saving your parent is basically saving yourself in the long term, then you will make your life as director a bit more safer, especially if you are an independent director, by the way. Because if you are an executive director, as has been mentioned by Mr. Ciprianou, then anyway, you are obliged to obey more or less. But for the independent directors, if this develop, yes, of course, these people, then they have to make thinking. And just resigning is not always such an easy option. You want really to resign just because you got a decision which is in the gray zone. So the idea is to recognize what should be acceptable practices and provide some more protection for the directors of the sub, But it does not mean, for instance, that if the parent company is helplessly insolvent, basically, or you guess there's a big problem, and the parent company says, give me all your cash, for the because I want to breathe 1 month more, and you do this, then you will not be protected, of course. So it's just a question of balance. But because we are so much integrated in Europe, we need to have some kind of simple rule which the judge can use and say, okay, I will take this into account when there was when basically there's a problem, and then this goes to court. So this is the well, this is my view. I hope I answered your questions correctly.
Thank you, Pierre-Henri. I think I would not endanger the safety of the panel by keeping us any longer into the lunch break. And Hélène will tell us exactly where we're going and what we're doing in a moment. But before that, I would like to thank you for your participation in the poll, the great questions, and this excellent panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you to all the members of the panel. I think we had a very proactive exchange of views. There are different views. I think it was very interesting. And we deserve a lunch. So we have a walk-in lunch, which is organized by and offered by the presidency and the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. So it's a walk-in lunch. So please, you can enjoy your lunch now. And I would like to ask the speakers to regroup here. We'll have a family photo. So please follow the camera woman, please.
Mais toi, tu n'étais pas là.
Very good, very good. It's a good debate. I wish we had more time.
Yeah.
Ja,
Ja.
Ja, merci, Entschuldigung. Ja. Sonst kriegt er kein Cocktail.
Das kriegen wir was?
Kein Cocktail. Das ist das Strof.
Ich kann nicht bleiben, leider.
Ah, okay. Du musst mir gerne Strof fahren. So please have a seat. So I think we can start. We hope that you enjoyed the Luxembourgish food. And we'll move to the third panel of today. So it will be about the recent developments in corporate governance of credit institutions and investment firms, and especially the role of the board of directors. The moderator will be Mr. Anthony Smith-Meyer. He's an independent non-executive director and editor-in-chief of the Journal of Business Compliance. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome back for this afternoon. Are we all awake? You've had your lunch. This is, you know, the terrible slot after lunch. But I'm warning you, this morning was just a warm-up. Now we get to the really heavy stuff, okay? And this panel in particular. This is where you're going to hear the unexpected, all right? So I want your full attention. This is not the time to sleep off lunch, okay? I've got a great panel here today. Ingeborg has come all the way from Amsterdam and from the Dutch Central Bank. She has, in fact, started her career in the financial services at the dawn of the discussion of governance in 1992 with the Cadbury Report. That's when it became, so she's really well-grounded and grown up. She's a generation of governance. She's had a long career involved in change management and in people management. Which means that it's actually no surprise that she finds herself now at the Expert Center for, what's the formal called again? Expert Center for Governance?
Governance, Behavior and Culture.
Governance, Behavior and Culture, and therein lies the story. Yeah? So we're looking very much forward to her talk about what the Dutch approach is, and beware, the EBA is following this discussion very closely. I'm also very pleased to welcome, well, back to working with me, Jeroen Hoyer, who is an eminent speaker, very frequent speaker on the circuits from the EU Commission, now with DG Justice. A lawyer by training, I think, right? And he's now acting director of the Civil Justice and head of unit of company law. Another day, maybe I'll talk about conflicts of interest, but maybe not today. But he's got long expertise and career in trade and internal market affairs at the Commission, and I'm sure we're going to have lots of interesting points of view from Jeroen, particularly about what's happening to European banks in this internal market scenario. And finally, last but not least, a very dear colleague, Thierry Schumann, who is, I'm warning the other panelists here, he is a psychologist by training. So he will no doubt be looking at you and your reactions. He is a career banker and has done the rounds, retail banking, private banking, a number of other departments based mainly around BGL and its successive guises, and is currently Chief HR Officer for BGL BNP Paribas, and is also part of the executive team of HR at BNP Paribas in Paris. So I'm very, very pleased to have you all here. And Ingeborg, there is a saying in English, you have to be cruel to be kind.
Mm.
In my native Norwegian, there's a similar saying which sounds a bit more savage maybe, but it's you beat the one you love.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering how much love is there in Amsterdam in the banking community?
Well, good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Anthony, for this introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here and to be able to present you a bit more about our Dutch methodology to supervise behavior and culture in financial institutions, and especially in supervising board effectiveness. And most times when I mention behavior and culture in an audience like this, I hear people think, well, is that something a supervisor should focus on? And isn't that a very soft topic, behavior and culture? Well, in my presentation, I will explain why we as a supervisor focus on it. And let me assure you, it is not at all a soft topic. We always say it is very difficult to change behavior in institutions. It's maybe one of the toughest things to do. It's much easier, we talk here about governance, it's much easier to change frameworks and charters and policies and structures than to really change behavior. And that's very good when you have effective behavior. But when behavior is less effective, and I don't talk about illegal behavior, we focus on normal behavior, but when it's not effective for your company's performance, then you have a real challenge. And that is what our supervision is about. In the next 20 minutes, I will explain more about what we do, about why we do it, what is our methodology. I will have some illustrations, some examples, and of course I'm a supervisor, so most of them are wrong examples, but let me assure you, we also have many good examples. And I will also tell you something about the results so far. Okay, and then afterwards we will have a discussion, hopefully, and a lot of questions, I hope. Well, let me start with our basic idea, and that is also why nothing happens. Yeah, that is also why we started this type of supervision. We strongly believe that behavior drives company performance. And that is something we all noticed during and after the crisis, how important behavior is for an organization's performance. It's not only about metrics, not only about numbers, about financial reports. It's also about how boards in their boardroom discuss risk appetite, how they anticipate risks, anticipate problems. What are the discussions about? How do they discuss dilemmas? So, to say it very simple, the condition on the road, the safety of the road is not only depending on the safety of the cars, but also the condition of the drivers. Now, the G30 report, a recent report on conduct in banks, has stated that banks should really embrace the notion that behavior and culture is very, very important for their economic sustainability and also for their performance. And that's what we also say in the Dutch Central Bank. And we don't think that supervisors should prescribe what kind of cultures, what kind of behavior banks should have, because that's impossible. There is not such a thing as an ideal culture. And there's not even such a thing as the culture of an organization. Imagine your own institution. I can imagine that you think, well, we have several cultures and subcultures. And it highly depends on the manager, the local manager, what the culture is like. That's what we acknowledge. But our role is to address risks, to make observations, to put them on the table, to confront boards, and to, wherever behavior and culture are ineffective for performance, address it and help organizations realize change. And we have a whole toolkit to do so. That brings me to our approach. Our approach does not come in place of more traditional supervision, but it's an additional approach. In the past, we were focused on finance, we were focused on backward-looking reports. Our approach is more forward-looking, more preventive. It can even be the case that in a financial institution, performance is good, is very good, but there are still some signals that behavior is not effective and it might lead to future problems. And that's where we come in. Now, at the Dutch Central Bank, we started incorporating behavior and culture, supervision on behavior and culture some 5 years ago, in 2010. And so now it's incorporated, and our instruments take very important provisions in law, in international and national frameworks. And I mentioned the EBA guidelines. I mentioned the Basel principles. I mentioned the Capital Directive 4, but also the G30 report, the Financial Stability Board principles on risk culture, for example. And all these guidelines emphasize the importance of sound judgment by boards, of effective decision-making, of challenge, very important, and also, and it's mentioned this morning, the role of the chair in organizing critical challenge. So that is about our legal framework, and our methodology is also based on scientific research. But it's also a lot of common sense. Often when we have our reflections, our observations of what is going on in a board, people say, yeah, but that is, well, we knew it. Okay, but a lot of the things you know, it doesn't mean that you change your behavior or that you really act the way you should do. Well, what is our methodology? I will explain and use the metaphor of an iceberg, because culture is something very big. And I said, well, we don't look at the whole culture. What do we look at? I compare it to the iceberg, and this iceberg is also based on a theory, the theory of shine. On the top of the iceberg, the visible part is the behavior. That's visible in an organization. And we look at behavior of certain groups. And that can be the board, but we also do risk culture reviews. And that's, for example, in a dealing room, at the trading desk, or the compliance function. Now, we look at 3 sorts of behavior, and that's decision-making, it's leadership, and communication, because those 3 are very important and they affect culture to a great extent. So that's what we see people do, but more important, and a driver of those behaviors, is what's under the water surface, and that is the group dynamics, the way people interact, for example, in a board. So who talks to whom? And who has the power? Not only the formal power, but also the informal power. And what about conflicts? How is dealt with conflicts? Is it seen as an opportunity to have a fruitful discussion, or is it personal? That's the group dynamics, but also the dynamics between groups. For example, risk and the business. How do they respect each other? Is there connectivity? Or is it just, well, we have to go to risk, the second line, we have to go to them, but it's not a good relationship. So that's also important. We observe that, for example, by attending board meetings and meetings of a group risk committee or an ALCO, in order to get a notion of the group dynamics. But we also interview people, and we use several tools like a self-assessment, where people answer questions, or also surveys. And last but not least, we try to have an understanding of the mindset. So what is really important is in this company, what are the values, and not only the official values, the written values, but also the unwritten values. I mentioned an example of DNB. We find it very important to be result-oriented. On the other hand, we are very quality-oriented. And often there is a friction, a tension between those 2 values. So how do we deal with that? What dilemmas do these tensions cause, and how do we deal with that? That's important. And I always say a lot of behavior can be ineffective. Often the intentions are good because they come from the mindset, from important values. But it's important to understand why people behave the way they do. And that brings me to another point. To understand it is also important, for example, in a board, are board members more risk-taking or more risk-averse? That is also decisive for how they deal, for example, with the second line and with risk and compliance. Well, that's about our iceberg. And we have discovered that, well, that is the way we look at culture. So we look at these behavioral patterns because they are very important for the culture. And we try to identify, okay, what in these behavioral patterns is strong and effective and is good for the performance of the company, and what might be a risk and, might cause maybe damage to the reputation or the integrity or the performance of the company. We discovered that these behavioral patterns are often the root cause of many problems. Financial problems, problems with solvability, but also supervisory problems. And let me give you an example. I take a sip because I have a cold. And we were in an institution where our colleagues of, the prudential colleagues, were confronted with repetitive wrong reporting, flattered reporting. So, and they addressed it, and it was reporting on risk, on compliance, but also on solvability. So they addressed it, but nothing improved. And they asked us to do a board effectiveness examination. So we went to the board, we talked to the board members, but also the independent board members, the supervisory board. We have a two-tier board system in the Netherlands. And we talked to senior management and staff members. And what we discovered, what we found out in board meetings and in interviews was that this board was very focused on results, on quick wins, and on getting solutions and not discussing problems. In the board, the message was, okay, come here with your solutions. We don't want to hear about the problems. And shoot the messenger who brings problems. That was the mindset. And the role of the chair was very important because he didn't create opportunities for challenge. He didn't question things. He didn't stimulate his team to question underlying assumptions of solutions. And they never asked, okay, when there's a problem here in this site, in this part of the company, could it exist elsewhere? Now, the same pattern occurred in the supervisory board because the supervisory board was confronted with extreme, incidents, but also the way they were solved. And if they thought management action was satisfactory, case was closed. Now, we confronted the board with the effect of their behavior, of, this non-challenging behavior, this focus on fixing things, and also with, the harmful effect of it, namely a distorted image of the performance of the company and lack of appropriate actions to remediate that. And we asked them to take more ownership of, the root causes of problems and also to alter their way of discussing things. But at first there was a lot of pushback. So we also addressed our findings with the supervisory board, and they said, well, we recognize it. We had a hunch of what was going on, but we had no evidence of it. We didn't see everything. And so they said, we want to take action, and so they did. And they became a more vigilant watchdog of the board, started to take deep dives, started to ask their questions, challenge the executive members of the board. And that was the beginning of a change in the organization. So this example is to show you that its behavior of the board can be the cause of wrong reporting and of an organization not willing to report bad news, because that's not done. And that's can be a very pervasive pattern. Now I will zoom in a bit more into parts of my iceberg, of our iceberg. And, we have done examination in some 54 institutions so far. So my examples are based on these examinations. In decision making, what we find important, and this morning it's already expressed, is meaningful involvement of stakeholders, is discussing different scenarios, discussing also a worst case scenario, is also, well, the critical challenge is emphasized several times already. But it's also very important to be aware of certain group dynamics that can hamper effective decision making. And I mention, and maybe it's a typical Dutch thing because we are a polder country, but for example, a very strong desire for consensus. We have a lot of institutions where there is a strong emphasis on consensus, and also group conformity, especially when people have to take an ambiguous decision where, yeah, it's difficult, there's no black and white answer. And then often people tend to think that, well, the majority will be right, or they are afraid to be rejected, and that's why they say yes. And what we often see is in certain institutions that there is a very state-of-the-art decision-making procedure, but, well, the decision-making is not effective because of that, well, lack of challenge and because of these group dynamics. And we had an example in a pension fund where the results were not, well, they stayed behind. So there was pressure on the board to improve the results. And they saw the opportunity to go into real estate. But they didn't have so much experience in real estate. And afterwards, as we examined this decision, we found out that there were some people in the board who said, well, should we do it or not? But then, well, there was pressure also of the chair to say yes and to go into real estate. And he assured the rest of the group, well, we will hire experts from outside. And so they did. And the results improved. Nothing wrong, you would say. But as we examined this decision and what came out, we found out that this was a very opportunistic decision and a very bad decision because this board had no control over the external advisors they hired. And in the decision-making process, they hadn't given thought through, okay, but what if we hire externals? And what dilemmas will we have to face? So it was a very bad decision. Now, in leadership, we expect boards to have exemplary behavior. And, well, it's always easy said to be an example, to lead by example. The tone from the top, the tune at the middle is also very important, the connection between the top and the middle. To act congruently with vision and values of the company and to organize self-reflection. But there we see that, well, work to try and develop to be a team is often seen as a nice to and not a need to. And I mentioned another example of a company where we met a board that was not a unity. They were more like a bunch of individuals working apart together, and they didn't reach an agreement on very fundamental issues, like, for example, their governance, their risk appetite. And they had conflicts, but they didn't solve the conflicts. And what happened was that they delegated the conflicts to the lower echelons in the organization, who were combating each other in order to avoid conflict with their own line management. Maybe you recognize an example like that. And this was also a team that said, well, team development and self-reflection, what a nonsense. That's for softies. Well, we addressed this and we showed them how pervasive this pattern was in the organization, and it led to incidents, problems, all kinds of things, also supervisory problems. Okay, and so they were convinced, but they also said, well, it's very difficult to organize self-reflection because how to organize a meaningful discussion about behavior and culture. And that's what we often see, self-reflection in the Netherlands, it's compulsory. The EBA guidelines also say it's compulsory to have an annual assessment of the functioning of the management body. But it's often only done on field days, specific away days, once a year. It's often only on the content, and people find it very difficult to have a meaningful discussion about behavior. And maybe there is distrust. It's very difficult to build trust. Well, without having a standard answer, I can assure you maybe it helps, and that's a good practice in our supervisory practice, of a board that says, okay, we connect it to daily practice. We do it more often, and every time we make a strategic decision, afterwards we also evaluate, how did we do this? What was the quality of our debate? So it's more common practice. And they frame team development as a need to and as a means to become a high-performing team and a high-performing organization. Well, last but not least, I will say something about group dynamics. And there, three things are very important: group size and diversity, a productive group climate, and dealing effectively with status differences. Now, regarding group size, diversity, a lot has been said about that. So I will, I agree with what is said about it. I will focus on group size. And there's no ideal size, but what we often see in the Netherlands, especially in pension funds, is groups, boards of more than 12 people, and then you have the risk of what we say is social loafing. So the individual contribution of group members becomes less. So be aware, if your group is too large, what does it do with the effectiveness? Productive group climate, well, it's not only about having good relationships, but it's also important that there is a certain conflict, because that's fruitful, and it means that you have sharp discussions. So you need conflict, but you also need people who are able to challenge in a mature way. And as soon as conflict becomes personal, then, well, it does something with trust in your board. So it's not only important to have good procedures for critical challenge, but also to look at effective challenging behavior. Now, dealing effectively with status differences, there are status differences. Isn't it about, for example, age or experience? Then it is about, okay, risk versus the business. Risk being seen as a high cost item and the business as a high yield item. And it does something with the position of the CRO. It can affect his position. And it's also important to discuss that and to be aware of that as a board. That brings me to the results. Now, we have examined over 50 institutions, insurance companies, trust companies, banks, pension funds, not only in the Netherlands, but also elsewhere in the world. And, well, our approach has proven to be effective. In 34 of these institutions, we have addressed serious risks. And most of these institutions were very willing to mitigate these risks. And there were only one or two institutions who were not willing to cooperate. And there we had to use legal enforcement. And not to change behavior, because you can't enforce behavioral change, but to reduce and to mitigate the risks of the legal violations that, well, were the consequence of this behavior. But in general, you can say that there's a lot of good dialogue between the supervisor and the institutions. That's our experience. Actions they took, well, first of all, changes in their formal governance, their decision-making procedures, for example, but also in repositioning the second and the third line of defense, in changing team composition of second-line teams, but also changes in attitude and behavior. And, for example, changing the board composition or starting leadership development in their own team, or also organizing more moments for reflective challenge. Well, and as I expressed, in a minority of cases, legal enforcement. Well, this brings me to my final summary, wrap up. So my message in this presentation is that, behavior and culture is not a soft topic. It is a very tough topic, and it's very important that boards of institutions see it as a means to have sustainable performance and be competitive. And we don't believe as a supervisor that there is one culture. We believe in cultural diversity, and we also see that every culture has its merits but also its risks. And we believe that we can add value to addressing these risks and helping organizations get better, not excellent, because that's the work of consultants. We are supervisors, but to be robust. And I'm very happy that we have this opportunity to share our knowledge with you, but also to learn from you. And I hope we will continue this and in such a way also develop our methodology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ingeborg. Prod your neighbor. There's a couple of sleepy eyes out there, I see. Although I don't understand how they can be. I think what we're clearly being faced with here is a change of gear. I used to be in compliance, and I remember when I came into compliance in 2003, there was a lot of British compliance people who were born of the internal control functions who were protesting vehemently that we were now talking about principle-based, principles-led regulation. After a couple of years, those same people were actually convinced this was a good thing. So we were going from easily box-ticking kind of approaches to compliance, and now we were talking about doing the right thing and thinking about consequences. We then had the financial crisis, and we've reverted back to a lot of regulation, a lot of new box-ticking rules, and I think there's been quite a shift in generation in terms of leadership of compliance functions, going from principles-led type thinking people to operational risk management expertise, to internal auditors, to even lawyers taking over at compliance. Amazing. But anyway, that's another story. And now they're talking about outcomes-based regulation. And I think this is a form of example of it. What, in fact, is the process of thinking that companies and organizations are going through in terms of reaching the right outcomes of their deliberation? In other words, the quality of good decisions. Johan, I'm going to ask you a question. And maybe in the meantime, we can also put the question up for the audience. Really, when we listen to what Ingeborg has been talking about, and a lot of what's been said this morning as well, we think about the fact that do we not have enough business reasons to act in the appropriate and right way? Why is it that we need all of this intervention on behalf of the EU Commission, on behalf of the regulating community, for things that really should, when we listen to the argumentation of Ingeborg, which is a very excellent argumentation, that should make sense anyway? How is it that we're not doing this as a matter of course?
Yeah, this is exactly the question you didn't send to me by email.
It's all in the governance.
So, this is also to wake me up. I think first I want to say what Ingeborg and her team are doing is of course extremely interesting, because as you say, they work on output-resulted process, and they're clearly setting or discovering new territory. So I'm very challenged about that, and I also realize it's not only for the private but also for the public sector very, very important. I think one issue which is important is that by doing this, supervisors, regulators, and also companies will better appreciate the importance of the whole issue as such. I think to bring this to the forefront is important. What I also think is that you're right, Anthony, it is of course the responsibility of the company, of the institution, to look after the culture, to do the right things in this organization. But although I will disappoint you, we will not come up with a directive on ethics and integrity and culture. I still think there is a need to set certain rules, guidelines maybe, soft instruments on corporate governance. Not everything can be translated in law, but to leave it totally open to a company or to the individual is, to my taste, a bit too easy. We all have our own internal compass, of course. We know what is expected, but sometimes you need to be helped. So I think there, the regulator, I'm not saying it should be the Commission, it can also be a supervisor, may have to make sure that there is a certain encadrement, certain limits, what can be done. For instance, although it is the own responsibility of the company, it's important to pay attention to a high level of awareness. Not sure that's the case in every organization. And also, and we've had that ourselves in the Commission, after some kind of corporate scandal, a high level of training on these issues. And that's not something that goes automatically, that needs to be triggered. In this case, it was triggered by a scandal, but it can also be triggered by a regulator, by a supervisor, who realizes that there is not sufficient attention to these kind of things paid in the organization. Maybe one final remark, maybe also for the debate later this afternoon. Now I see you looking worried at me. I think it would be interesting to push around the question among ourselves, what is the role of the supervisor? What's the role of the company? What has to be done ex ante? What has to be done ex post? And I ask this also to Ingeborg. It's not to be critical, but to understand who decides and who corrects in an organization. So the supervisors or the central bank in Holland seems to be moving. And how far will you move? Will you come on the chair of a supervisory board or of the management, or do you more ex post follow that? And I think these are very challenging questions from a corporate governance point of view. And I see that there is a movement in competences, which is probably necessary, but I don't know, I simply don't know where the cursor has to be put at the end.
I think that's a very good remark, Göran. I think it's also a question which I think I'm going to address to you in a second, Ingeborg, because I'm used to, when I first started engaging with regulators, there was a reticence to get very involved with the management of the company. It's a little bit like talking to internal audit. You know, they always tell you what's wrong, they don't tell you how to fix it. When you're talking about this kind of intervention, and you really are getting at the heart of good decision-taking in the organization, it's about people, it's about governance, and it's about the culture. Board issues, matters reserved for the board in my view, but you are getting involved and you're telling them to do a better job, and you are seen to be in there and pointing them in the right direction. Are you not actually getting too involved? Are you not actually starting to take responsibility on yourselves? There was a court case, unfortunately the name of it escapes me right now, in Denmark, which just concluded, which was a private banking bank, which was almost more like a family office kind of setup, because the owners was the executive, and it was their money mostly, but also other external, so they were a licensed bank. And they failed during the crisis, and they got state support to re-establish the bank, which benefited them privately as well. And they were taken to court, but they were going to be charged with gross negligence. And the fact that the regulator had just 12 months before said they were competent and were doing an okay job and had no criticism, they could not be charged on this basis, so they found other ways. But what's your feeling about this?
Yeah, I understand your question, and we often get this question. Also, when it comes to fit and proper testing, that's also, aren't you on the chair of, the shareholder? And why do you do this? I think it's very important to say that we don't say what a board should do. We mirror what we see, and it's not like this that we have an examination and then write a letter and say, okay, this is what you should do, because it doesn't work. It's about behavior and culture. So if I tell you, you should do this, then, natural reaction is, of course, pushback. But we have a conversation with the board. We confront him with what we've seen, and then we start, a confrontational dialogue about, okay, but what does this mean? What could you do about it? Do you recognize it? It can be that a board doesn't recognize it because it doesn't see everything. Because we talk to all kinds of layers in the organization, we see a lot, we hear a lot. And we confront them, and then we start a discussion. And then often, mostly, the board comes with the solution itself. It should come with the solution itself. But we can help and provide guidance by, for example, also exchanging good practice we see elsewhere. And that's what we also do, organize seminars in which we discuss certain topics. We done examinations, a thematical review on change effectiveness of organizations. And there is no problem in an institution, but we just examine 5 or 6 institutions. and we share good practices, but also bad practices with the audience, with all the institutions involved. And that helps putting it on the agenda, but also sharing knowledge and helping boards to develop their own change effectiveness. But it's not, traditional supervision is more like, okay, we've seen this, you should do that. That's not our approach. Then in that sense you would be right. Then we are on the chair of the board members, and that's not what we want to do. Is that an answer?
It certainly is a clarification, which I think is a necessary one and a very good one. And I turn to you now, Thierry, because if we listen a little bit to this, I mean, it's not exactly the same, but there is a requirement in, well, it's soft law, it's the guidelines in all governance codes and across Europe to do self-evaluation. It is written into directives now that boards have to make a self-evaluation. Mm-hmm. And we see from the poll results here that the absolute, it's hardly anybody thinks that behavior is not actually a driver of supervision issues. So what is the response? Well, why aren't we, in professional banks, big regulated entities, competent, why do we let these guys take over the steering wheel like this?
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons for this. The first one is probably historically, how do we choose or designate board members? Is it a retirement sweetener for some? Is it an additional perk for government representatives who otherwise don't have a salary that's considered high enough? Is it employee representatives, as we have in some countries in Europe, including this one? I think not everyone has arrived at the level of saying this is, I wouldn't necessarily say a high risk, but high responsibility, competent job for which knowledge, competence, personality, involvement, time play a crucial role. And boards where that start at 2:30 and the first ones have to leave at 4 o'clock because there's a train waiting, a plane waiting, or whatever, running in and out for conf calls, etc., because many of these board members are or have not scheduled enough time for it, is I think, we still see a lot of bad behaviors. I couldn't agree more with the question of behavior and culture. However, I would like to say that frankly, to me, it's not enough. There's a couple of other questions to clarify. That is the fit and proper. The fit and proper exists today. Are we all certain that it is handled in a strict way with regards, for example, to employee representatives? We all know where these guys are coming from, and I'm not sure whether everyone knows that ICAP is not a new product launched by Apple. Basel III might be the frontier post for those who don't have the Swiss vignette. Are we ensuring enough training for these people? I'm not sure. I'm also not sure whether the way, but I don't have an answer, the way we choose and elect board members is the right one with two regards. First, do they really have a kind of job description? Why do we want you on this board? Why are you on this board? What do we expect from you on this board, apart from giving your account number? Number two is, if we expect that from you and you fulfill it, will you be re-elected, or are some board members a bit frothy about the idea of speaking up, of making comments, etc.? because they're afraid of not being re-elected or not being nominated for a second term. And then I think that there's a conflict between, you mentioned all the stakeholders, I could call it diversity, I could call it la société civile. Been a member of a board of a bank where most members were from outside the banking sector, which was in matters of gender, of civil society, it was a perfect representation of all stakeholders. And frankly, every board meeting was a training session on the topics we were just discussing, because now and every other month something new comes up, and then you have to explain how the liquidity coverage ratio works, and then you have to explain the difference between IFRS and the local accounting principles, and so I'm very much in front of a diverse board, but then where's the competence come from? There's a bit of tension there.
So the challenge comes back. Is the focus actually on the right thing at the moment? Should there be more on fit and proper? I mean, we have the regulations that are coming in, and it's quite clear. There's a very strict process now in terms of board composition and board competence. I must actually probably declare the interest of Thierry. He is very intimately involved with ILA, which, of course, as you know, is a great furtherance of professional board standards. So, but I agree with him 100% anyway. But this is the real challenge, is it not? To have the right people on the board, not so much about the culture that they decide is appropriate for them.
It's not either or. It's both. Yeah, sorry. It's not either or, it's both. And in the Netherlands, we also spend time in the fit and proper testing. And even if we, for example, see that a board is not effective, that can be a reason to retest the board. That's a very hard measure, and we seldom do it, but it can be one of the consequences, one of our interventions. So I agree that it's very important to have the right board members, and what the examples Thierry has mentioned, it's impossible in the Netherlands to not have a profile, and you should have not only an individual profile but also a general profile for the whole board. But once a board is there, it's not retested unless there's something wrong, and that's where we come in. We look at the whole composition of the board and also how they function in practice. And also, what is the dynamics between the board and the non-executive board members, but also senior managers below the board. And if you only fit and proper testing would not be enough to see how people in an organization interact, and what are the patterns there that are detrimental for the performance of the organization. So I think it's both.
Can you raise a question right now?
Yes, by all means, please do.
Don't you think this is a normal evolution? Because in the banking industry, the regulator has put more and more pressure on the board members, on the board directors, and specifically on the independent board directors. So personally, I would surely welcome an evolution where also the regulator or the supervisor would have to say a word on the functioning of the board, and especially in banks who are 100% owned by a foreign mother company.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's normal. I saw, before 2010, we also had prudential colleagues who paid attention to behavior and culture, but it was very dependent of the supervisor. And we had a lot of economists and lawyers, and some of them were paying attention to behavior and culture because they had, the feeling for it. But many were only focused on metrics, and that's their expertise. And now we have composed teams, so we also have a mixture of teams going to an organization. Like in the board, we also choose for diversity, and that gives a better image of the organization.
Thierry, though, you did a very successful deflection of the question I posed you effectively. I'd like to get back to you again on the responsibility of particularly large financial institutions, as this is sort of a regulatory kind of thing, but also of other large companies, to reflect more about the cultures that they have in the organizations. Why is it that we see too many headlines? I know there are good example stories. We never see the good stories, of course. So they don't come to the newspapers. But we see too many examples where companies seem to go astray and didn't know that they were going astray at the time, which seems to imply that they're not in control of their own culture, of their own destinies. Why is this? Is it just too difficult to expand a global culture across borders and across borders?
Well, as Ingeborg said, culture is, there's no such thing as one culture, and certainly no such thing as a good culture and a bad one. It strongly depends on the situation. Even in each company you have subcultures in some departments and other cultures in other ones. I would say that there's two important components to this. The first one would be, what is the company's mission? What are its values? Why are we there for? What have we defined as a company as bringing to society, apart from making our shareholders happy? And I think it is, not every company has done so, and I think it is a very strong federator and motivator on one side. It can also be a very strong eliminator on the other one. If you are stressing that you are a company where team-based decisions are more important than people's egos, I think it sends a strong message, and it helps, by the way, make sure that if someone considers him or herself as God's gift to mankind, these people might not find their role and their happiness in the company, and I think it's good. A company needs to define its values, its mission, its rules on strengths, on way of operating. The second one, I think, is that companies often tend to like very strong leaders, be it as chair of the board, be it as CEOs, and we all remember the names of the Jack Welches of this world, but we also know the ones of Sir Fred Goodwin. We know the ones of what should I say, Jean-Paul Vautron, and a couple of German ones, etc. Strong people, but interestingly, I've read recently a study about the best performers on the S&P, and it showed that in the longer term, the best performing companies were run by no-name CEOs. So people who were not in the papers every day, who were low-key, who were considering themselves more as primus inter pares than as the dominating chair or CEO. And I think having no mission, no vision, no values, combined with a CEO who runs the company as if it were his own, together is, I think, may very well be a recipe for disaster. And the further you get away from that, I think the better the framework for being successful in the long run.
Björn, do you have any thoughts about the role of the Commission in terms of thinking about the European paradigm of culture and how that should be spread throughout the single market and beyond?
I said already before, I mean, this is, of course, and I mean it positively, a soft subject that you cannot regulate. That is obvious. But it is something where you can put in a number of benchmarks or best practices, as we discover now also by the Dutch Central Bank, which is trying to do that. And I think I've said it already before, awareness is very important. Training in a company on these kind of issues of ethics and integrity, dominating board members and these kind of things, to identify this and to know what to do, maybe whistleblowing. These are all things a little bit around it. You can, at the end of the day, or you have to accept at the end of the day, it are people. And you can, of course, as a regulator, whether it's the European or a national regulator, not do really exactly what you want people to do. It's a bit like with children. You can give them a good example, but at the end of the day, at a certain moment, you hope they have picked up the norms and values that you stand for. May I just make one additional remark, Anthony, because it was mentioned before, this fit and proper testing. If you read back the CRD4, and I noted down, there is a lot about that already in the directives, but it must be put to life, it must be applied. You spoke about the selection, which is true. The selection of board members, it starts there. And then later Ingeborg comes in and sees where these board members really behave in a way we expect them to do. But fit and proper, good repute, individually and collectively have the knowledge that you need for that organization, the skills, the experience to understand the institutional activities. It's all there in the law. It's not new. And another article, it says these people have to act with honesty, integrity, independence of mind. So all these ideas are there. And we struggle with that already a long time, and it becomes a little bit a philosophical or sociological or psychological attempt to push and pull these people in the right direction. And that is also fascinating, because each time we discover new things and new techniques, and one which is done by the National Bank in Holland is a very promising one, and we observe that, and at a certain moment we will draw the lesson and see, can we collectively as regulators take over some best practices, some good ideas, or better not, maybe we should step back and leave it to the sector or to the national legislators to handle that.
I'm going to stay with you a little bit, Joran. This is not a question I've sent you by email. But I was wondering, in terms of the approach, if we say this is now, let's call it a European paradigm for development of culture within financial institutions and so forth, it's we should focus on it more. And I think Thierry was talking very much about the need that we actually understand what is our value, why do we exist, and how are we able to perpetuate that existence by justifying that value that we're producing, which perhaps is not quite the total focus of your approach, but you're free to correct me there, but that's not my impression. But what does this do relative to, what is the expected outcomes in terms of competition in the global markets? I know the Commission's thinking a lot about these issues as well, but do you have some opinions about that, Joran?
Well, opinions, of course, we are not an island in the sea. That's quite obvious. The financial sector is a global one, certainly if you speak about the jiffies. But many of these ideas and concepts have not been developed by Brussels individually. There has been a lot of interaction with the G30, with the Basel Committee, and many things about corporate governance in the financial sector were triggered during the crisis by high-pressure work done by the FSB and by Basel Committee, and has then been reflected in our legislation. So I think we, from an international competitiveness point of view, we try to basically move all together. Does this work always? No, of course not. Sometimes one runs a little bit harder than the other. And if you run a little bit ahead of the others, you will be criticized. Take now an example, you will discuss this in the next panel about remuneration, where we have introduced, European Parliament, the legislator, the cap. Was this right? Was this wrong? You will discuss this later. Personally, I think it was the right decision at the right moment. And we can have that discussion later. Are we ahead? Yeah, we heard that. We heard that all these banks, they came to see us, and don't spread this outside, I'll tell you something. All these banks came to me and said, Mr. Hoyer, our best people will go to Singapore. They will go to Hong Kong, to New York. We lose them. we will do a study. I have to see it, the numbers. You know what I told them at the time? I'm a simple Dutchman. I said, let them go. Let them go. Has anybody of you been in Singapore? Can I see some hands? Who has been in Singapore? And how warm is it there the whole year? Good luck. Go there. With your children, with your family. For a few €100,000 extra. Go there. I still must see the figures. Maybe I'm wrong, but I was skeptical. So I think, to come back a little bit to your question, yes, internationally, sometimes you go a little bit ahead, sometimes you're a little bit slower. We all move together, but sometimes you must also be a little bit daring. And as politicians, I think, and I admire that, the European Parliament, the Council, they dared to put a firm framework on remuneration on the table.
Thank you. We're getting close to the end, and I do want to turn it over to the audience for some questions. But I was just one question I wanted to ask you, maybe both of you, Ingeborg and Jeroen. When I read the CRD and I look at the way in which it's drafted, and occasionally it slips in that there is a distinction between executive board members and supervisory board members. And this is also in the context of simply the management board body, which is, of course, a common term for both dual and unitary systems. And as this panel is supposed to be about NEDs, I want to just have that one broader question. How do you separate the responsibilities? Because if you actually look at the various articles and paragraphs in the CRD, the responsibilities of any director is very, very extensive. Extensive to the point where I would almost say that if you're an independent non-executive director, you're getting so much into the detail, it's almost, are you able to maintain that independent mindset? And this is a concern to me, that board members are being so pushed into a set agenda that they're no longer able to do a deep thinking about what is really right for this organization, what is the dynamics around this organization that is changing, what is the developing future, what is the new realities and the new future which we have to take advantage of, in other words, so that we don't become the new Kodak example. How do you actually expect the CRD and the way it's implemented to give that freedom and room to allow good, considered, thought-through decision-taking, which in fact is what you're seeking in your iceberg model?
Yes. Yeah, I recognize that that's very paradoxical, and that. Oh yeah, sorry, third time. Behavior.
I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
I recognize that that's an enormous challenge, and also, I hear many boards also say, well, and all the regulation and all the compliance and all the rules we face, we have no time for reflection, for real good thought about our vision and our mission, and translating it to the company. And I have no answer, because it's a fact of life. And I always say, well, we can't change it. It's a fact of life that there are regulations. You are a large institution, so you are in scope, not only of us, but also our colleagues. But I know that if you don't do it, it will also take a lot of time. And I hope my examples were clear about that, because it causes ineffective behavior on the lower echelons. And that also takes time. So it's, well, I always say it's a snake who bites itself in the tail. If you don't do it, that will never end. That's the only thing I can answer. And about the role of a supervisory board, I agree that a supervisory board, we always say they have three roles. They are employer, they are advisor, and they are supervisor. And supervisor means that they have a certain distance. They don't make the decisions. Is that, yeah.
Well, it helps explain my question, perhaps.
Yeah.
Jeroen, do you have any thoughts on that?
Maybe just a few additional comments, because I agree with Ingeborg. But first of all, to say that in the CRD, we have tried to respect the one-tier and two-tier system. And I still remember that in the drafting, this is of course very difficult. And you know as well that some member states are extremely attached to their system, the two-tier system, and then everything that was changed was seen as an attack on their system. And we've tried really to respect that. but maybe the texts have not become more readable about that. But for the Commission, we are neutral. We don't have a preference for either system because they work in countries on both sides. That's one thing. Then about the role of independent directors or members of a supervisory board in the two-tier system. And that's a general issue. It's not only for the financial sector, I think. It's also for big companies. Think about Volkswagen, good example. We all read about it in the press. How difficult is it to be an independent member of a supervisory board? To challenge the management without being conflictual, to be critical, to be independent-minded, and so on and so forth. There are many things to say about it. I will be short because I see you sitting with your microphone. One thing is, in the CRD, the number of independent board positions has been limited to 4, if I'm not wrong, or 1 + 2, 1 executive, 2 independent. I'm not sure whether this is the ultimate wisdom, but it's an attempt to create more time. Another thing is, and that's my own conviction, but I spoke with many people in the sector, if we give so many responsibilities and possibly liabilities to these people that are on the board, and it is quite a challenge, and if years later you're being sued in court for wrong decisions in the past, must not be funny. Then we have to think about how to further professionalize being an independent board member, and also, and that's not for us to see, but to decide, but it's a reality that will have a price. People, independent board members, probably are not always, not everywhere, sufficiently remunerated, certainly in comparison to the management. But just an observation for me.
Okay, I'm aware of the time. Thierry, I'm letting you off the hook. I was going to ask you about the likelihood that we'll find enough NEDs around, given the limitation on how many positions they can hold. So 4, 5 if they're very nice to the regulator. Is that a big challenge?
Bluntly speaking, for men, yes. For men, not a problem. For women, yes. If the quotas show up, and I think we will have trouble in finding enough qualified ladies. Men, there should be enough.
Good. Okay. Excellent. A good short answer. And now, please, let's... I wish you could. I don't know how to do that. Yeah. But I'm sure there ought to be plenty of questions out there. Nadia, you have one?
Yes, Nadia Manzari from the CSSF, the Luxembourg supervisor. So I want just to reflect on a reflection of Mr. Hoyer. You said that we do not know if it's right, if you should leave it to the sector to take these good rules on board because they are all in the directive. But but my question is, why are they all in the directive? Maybe because the sector did not take them on board during the times where all these rules were already existing in the Code of Conduct, because they are in the Code of Conduct and they were in the Code of Conduct, and the crisis has shown up that there was those rules already in the Code of Conduct since beginning 2002 or 2005 have not been taken on board by the board members, and that maybe that's the reason why they are in the directive nowadays. And I would say maybe the Netherlands approach with regard to those rules is maybe the new approach regulators should have by not validating now the rules, how they are implemented, by maybe just consulting or by advising how they should be, or by putting in place best practices. So I think there should not be a confusion that now regulators go into the boards and say you are doing wrong, or you are, and then you are sanctioned, because I think the rule of the regulators also changed with all this regulation. We are not only in the position that nowadays anymore to only just say to the banks or to the sector, you did something wrong and you will be fined. But our role now, and that's a personal role, personally I see it as our role nowadays, is that we have to help the sector to implement all those rules, because we have a lot of rules and maybe we are over-regulating. That's one negative point of the crisis too. But maybe the philosophy of being a regulator, philosophy of being board members changed completely. And that
I'm from the regulator. I'm here to help.
I don't think there's a disagreement between us. I've tried to put more or less the question on the table and observation that we realize now that the supervisor, like a central bank, basically does no longer ex post sees what happens, but moves up, pushes the envelope, and is earlier on involved in these kind of issues. And it's an observation. At the same moment, it's a critical lawyer, you have then the question, is this the right thing to do? What does it mean for competences, for the division of powers? If the supervisor basically comes very close to the nomination process of, for instance, new board members, and you have a supervisory board, you can get, I'm not saying it is necessary, but it's a question to ask ourselves, and we have to be very precise in these things, because they will be applied in practice. You can get in a situation that people either hide behind each other, or it's not really clear at the end of the day who decides. Is it then the supervisor who at the end of the day has the last word, or the supervisory body in a two-tier system, or somebody else? And these are very interesting questions, and we must realize that what you're doing is superb, and we follow this with really great interest, and I think you're leading us to new territories. I just ask myself, simply because I have a critical mind, how far does it go? And I realize it's probably a reality of life. Maybe one other thing you said before, which is absolutely true. Why do these things are in a directive? And I always use the example of remuneration. I mentioned already before. It's not my favorite subject, because I think personally we speak too much about remuneration and not enough about the other things, but okay. Nevertheless, we should not forget that there was, I think, in 2004 a recommendation from the Commission, 2005, 2009, and in the crisis we all found out actually they had not been sufficiently effective. And then the legislator, the Council and the Parliament said, okay, we're going to regulate this. And it's a very hard mechanism in a way to regulate the relation between fixed and varied salaries, not the level as such, but the relation. But as you rightly say, at a certain moment, the legislator said, no, we take our responsibility, we put it in the law. And my guess is that that's the reason why it was already in CRD3.
There was a question over here.
Bernard Bazek. Most of the credit institutions in Luxembourg are subsidiaries of foreign institutions. So I think here that local directors, and especially independent ones, share some challenges with the local regulator, in the sense that local ineffectiveness not only address the local sphere of decisions and regulation, but should also ensure that it is shared in the same way with the head office or the mother bank. Maybe I'd like to have your thought on the subject.
Thierry, do you want to try that one? No? It relates back a little bit to...
I think you're absolutely right. There is... there can easily be tensions between the interest, or what's in the best interest of a subsidiary on one side, and in the group's interest in one way or the other on the other side. And if I include the fact that independent directors should probably, maybe even a bit more than others, take the interests of all stakeholders into account, I can very easily imagine some tensions arising. I would basically say that depends on every individual group. Some have much more respect for what they're doing on one corner, on one side and on the other one. I'm coming from a group where, for example, outsourcing and relocating to swathes of people to India, or jobs, not people, to India is not a practice How would I, so I've never been in conflict with that. How would I react as a board member if I were to agree with that of let's invent 250 jobs disappearing here and moving to Mumbai? Difficult, and that has nothing even to do with from a regulatory point of view. I think, yes, there can be tensions. On the other side, the board membership has never been considered as tout le monde il est beau, tout le monde il est gentil, and maybe we're also sometimes there to express our views and maybe risks that a purely economical reason or decision taken by a mother company might not have taken into account. So tension, yes. Is it difficult or impossible to handle? From my point of view, I wouldn't say.
I'm a moderator, but I'll allow myself to comment on this one as well. I think in the well-run, if Ingeborg and her colleagues are successful in achieving at head office the right kind of deliberations of culture, of how we do things really, how we do our decision frameworks, and how we compose a board which is going to really think deeply about what you were referring to, Thierry, which is the reason that we're here, the actual reason that you have capital in the first place, and the justification of value that you actually create for your stakeholders, right? Stakeholders is not just your shareholders, they are one of them. Principle leading it, of course, is the consumer. So if you have that, and it's clear in terms of values that you can project, you have very well thought out, well-grounded values that everyone can understand because they've been defined in terms of your existence. Yeah? These are things that don't need to be 10. You don't have to have the mandatory 10 commandments. It can be 4 values that really that you already understand and communicate are really the reason of why we're here. This is what we have to do to really be successful in the longer term. This kind of organization, combined with a subsidiary where people actually think about these values relative to the local markets. That's why you have a subsidiary. It's because you're in a particular situation. It was said earlier this morning, you don't establish a subsidiary where you can just have an office just for the fun of it. There is a certain, we want to focus on either the legal, but also, I would say, on the market and the competitive considerations, the dynamics that you need to actually succeed in. Now, if you have these kind of conditions and you have independent directorships in a subsidiary, and you make sure that you communicate properly with your mother company, and you have a dialogue. This is one of your duties as an NED as well, to have the dialogue with the shareholders. And one of the advantages you have as a NED in a 100% owned subsidiary is that you know who your shareholder is. At least you know who to talk to. So you have this dialogue and you anticipate the issues, you anticipate the potential conflicts, as was also said, I think, by Lexis. Then you can actually, I think, manage this in a very proper and appropriate way. And it may be that, outsourcing jobs to Mumbai is in the best interests of this service that you're providing, even to the local community. On the other hand, it may be that the problems that may create in terms of the value of your product will mean that it's a no-go. And so I think this is, you have to have, but if you do not have awareness of purpose, of values, of how you have the ethical discourse about how you balance the conflicts that you're faced with, then you cannot succeed. But if you have the right kind of dynamics, the right kind of discussion, you will succeed. I think this is at the heart of it all, in my humble opinion. Do we have time for any more questions? One more question, going at a premium. Is this a question? No. Yes, great.
I've got a question for Ingeborg, which is actually, I was wondering just if we could focus on specifically on audit committees for a second, because obviously a lot of things, when they go quite wrong with companies, you get this sort of financial black hole. I was wondering kind of the sort of work you've done, whether you focus on audit committees at all, and if you do, kind of what sort of issues you're seeing coming up and sort of what sort of behaviours you think that they need to be focusing on as part of their role?
Of audit commissions.
No,
audit committee?
Yeah, not especially, no. Only when we were doing a board examination, and then we also talked to an audit, head audit, or the second and the third line, but we have never specifically focused on audit commissions.
That was a tremendous discussion. For me, at least, I hope you enjoyed it as well. But I'm going to leave the last word with Jeroen and see what his conclusion is.
Thank you. I'm not one of these people who always wants to have the last word, but I want to contradict Thierry about your issue of, like, 4 board memberships. It will be too difficult to find sufficient women. I'm shocked, Thierry. If I may just quote Christine Lagarde, who said, if Lehman Brothers would have been Lehman Sisters, we would not have been in this mess. So thank you very much.
Yeah, that's good.
If we had time for a poll on that question, I would take it on a show of hands. But we don't have time, I'm sorry.
Sisters, that's great.
Thank you to the members. Thank you for the concluding remarks of Jeroen. That was a good remark. Anyway, so I think we all deserve a coffee break before we start the last panel. It will be about remuneration. So please be back at 3, and please stay. We'll have a closing cocktail.
Okay, it's 3 now. Yeah.
Yes, at at 3:15. So we'll have 15 minutes. So sorry, it will be quick.
Okay.
Sorry,
well.
Yeah, but it's unofficial. Official timing, actually. It's the official timing. We have a spare plan, so we usually have like 15, 30 minutes spare. So it's fine. Actually, if we have cocktail at 5, yeah. Actually, organize it for 5 because I'm sure that I'll make it for 5. Later on, I'll not Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not enough. And that's why I feel that as we're not growing enough with executive women, we're not building up enough.
Otherwise, those who are watching webcast, they just don't know. It's black screen.
Looking around, we came to appreciate time. Looking also
Ambulanz. Ja, Krankenhaus. Ja, 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 ja. It's so it's here, Ferrarini.
Yes, thanks.
I should.
Here? No.
Is it that one? Yeah.
Which one is for presentation?
Oh, there's another one.
No, no, it's mine, but
Yeah.
for making like a presentation.
Yeah. Oh. I will have to ask. He needs to M5, F5.
F5.
I don't know. Okay. So I think we can start with the last panel. So the last panel will focus on remuneration in financial sector institutions, and as a moderator we'll have Mr. Jeremy Jennings, regulatory and public policy leader at EI from Belgium. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Ellen. Now, you may have noticed how every moderator today has said, this session is the really important one. You know, the last one was okay, but this is the real session. Well, we've saved the very best for last. Certainly we've saved the most contentious area for last, and I'm sure that you're all desperate to hear the debate that is going to follow around the Capital Requirements Directive and bankers' remuneration. We're very much on the home stretch. I would like just to introduce the panelists. Now, some of you might be getting a feeling of déjà vu, because we've seen this gentleman before, and we've certainly seen that gentleman before as well. So I don't think they need any introduction at this stage of the game. I would, however, just like to welcome Nadia Manzari, who is with the CSSF here in Luxembourg. I should just point out, though, that Nadia, as it says here, is a member of various national and international committees and expert groups, including the EBA subgroup on governance and remuneration and the task force on corporate governance of the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. So clearly someone who is incredibly well placed to provide an expert input to this debate. And our last panelist for today is Professor Guido Ferrarini. Guido is the former chairman of the European Corporate Governance Institute. He is a lecturer based in Italy, although is moving to northern climes. I'm not sure how he's going to manage with the climate in the north. But Guido, you are going to set the scene with an opening presentation. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes. And thank you for inviting me here. My presentation is on remuneration at financial institutions. I will focus on banks, but I will also make some comments about other institutions, particularly when they are included in banking groups. I will start from the FSB principles on sound compensation practices. I guess most of you are familiar with them. I wrote some articles already on them. And at the beginning, I was quite in favor of these principles. Then I became less in favor of them when I saw the results of their implementation, particularly in Europe. What are these principles mainly about? Well, first of all, they require an effective governance of compensation, something we heard already a lot in the previous panel. Then they ask for an alignment of compensation with prudent risk-taking, and this is very much an outcome of the great financial crisis. The crisis, at least in the opinion of some, showed that if remuneration is not aligned with prudent risk-taking, then institutions will fail. And then the third principle is about effective supervisory oversight and engagement by stakeholders. So the topic is very much at the border between corporate governance on one side and regulation on the other. So there is a big tension between these two poles. I am very much in favor of corporate governance, and I would limit regulation. Others, as we heard also in the other panel, are more in favor of regulation, limiting the scope of corporate governance. The main issue, the main question is whether there is a case for regulating bankers' pay, and I don't want to talk extensively about this. I will only state that scholarly discussion has gone in both directions. There are very good papers showing that remuneration, in fact, did not contribute to the crisis. Remuneration at some banks which failed was long-term oriented. The CEOs were heavily invested in their firms. Despite that, the firms went bankrupt. Of course, there are other writings in the other direction showing, or at least arguing, that remuneration was amongst the possible causes of the crisis, particularly when, as I said before, remuneration was not sufficiently aligned with good risk management. This discussion, of course, can also be linked to the more general discussion on the role of corporate governance in the crisis. Here also there are two different camps. Some argue that corporate governance had nothing to do with the crisis. Others, and particularly the regulators, argue that corporate governance had a lot to do with the crisis. So we come to the fact that despite the scholarly discussion, variable pay at financial institutions is heavily regulated today, particularly at banks. For banks, CRD4, of which we heard already a lot, includes very detailed rules on remuneration. These rules very much track the international principles, but they make the principles mandatory. In a paper which I wrote about this topic, I speak of the mandatory structure of bankers' remuneration. That is to say, today, not only there is a regulation of pay, but the structure of pay is to a large extent mandatory. The scope of the CRD, where the CRD applies on a consolidated basis, meaning that all the entities in the group, both banks and non-banks, whether they are established in Europe or in other countries, they all fall under the CRD4 principles, which generates a lot of problems, as I think will be highlighted by our discussion. The number of staff which are included is also quite wide. Mainly, these are the risk takers at banking institutions, but also those who get high salaries are included in the scope. What are the main principles? Well, the first one, again, is the link with sound risk management. So remuneration today is very much seen as an issue for the risk managers of the bank. Then, of course, there are provisions concerning the link with performance. This is a topic that Jesse Fried with Lucian Bebchuk dealt with extensively in their famous book on pay for performance. Now these criteria are embodied in CRD4. So there must be a link to individual and overall performance of the firm. Remuneration must be long-term oriented, so variable remuneration must be connected with long-term performance. There should not be guaranteed variable remuneration. Severance pay also should not reward failure. There should be an appropriate balance between fixed and variable remuneration. What is appropriate is not said, luckily. We can guess that different criteria will be applied. Mainly, there should be enough fixed remuneration to allow that variable remuneration is not even paid and still the employees can survive. There are fixed percentages as to variable remuneration. That is to say, inside variable remuneration, 50% should consist of shares or equivalent instruments. 40% at least should be deferred. In the cases of high remuneration, it should be 60% should be deferred, and the deferment should be for a period between 3 to 5 years. So you see that the international principles have been taken literally and transformed into mandatory rules of CRD4. In addition, and this is a pure European product, a bonus cap has been introduced. Variable pay should not exceed 100% of fixed pay. Member states can allow a higher proportion, up to 200%, if the shareholders meeting consent to it. At the same time, member states are free to fix lower thresholds, which was the case of Belgium fixing 50% and the Netherlands fixing 20%. So there is a big variety now in terms of thresholds. There are countries applying the 100%, countries like mine or the UK applying the 200% threshold, and there are countries which apply lower percentages. What is the official rationale? Well, once more, avoiding excessive risk-taking. I will develop some criticism of this rationale in a while. First, I want to say that the already detailed rules of CRD4 are further specified by the EBA guidelines, which are under consultation, and they should be published soon, I guess. These are guidelines which are addressed to institutions and supervisors. One of the main issues which is dealt with by the guidelines is that of proportionality. Actually, proportionality is in principle excluded in the guidelines with the argument that CRD4 does not contemplate proportionality. Now, I don't know if you are familiar with this concept. Think of a small bank. I sit on the board of directors of a small bank. We often claim that proportionality should allow a slightly different application of regulatory rules. One case could be, for instance, whether you should set up a remuneration committee. Well, of course, if proportionality applies, if the bank is small, if the board is small, there is no reason to require a remuneration committee. But what the guidelines say is that proportionality as a principle is not foreseen by the directive. So there can be adaptation of the rules only to the extent that this is provided for in the rules. For instance, going back to remuneration committees, the CRD4 states that the requirement for a remuneration committee only applies to important institutions, to substantial ones. Role-based allowances. This is a big topic which has been discussed all over Europe, but particularly in the UK. As you may remember, the UK is fiercely opposed to the bonus cap. So the English institutions invented this concept of role-based allowances, which are not, at least in the argument of those who support this possibility, is not variable remuneration. Role-based allowances are considered an addition to basic salary, which is still fixed remuneration. Of course, this could be a way to circumvent the European bonus cap, so EBA took position on this, and the position is very clear and quite sensible from an interpretative perspective. Allowances, in order to be truly role-based allowances, must be predetermined, must be transparent, and above all, must be permanent. If I give an allowance from year to year, depending on the results of the institution, clearly this is part of variable remuneration. And more or less, this type of approach is also found in the EBA guidelines. Now, a little bit of criticism about the European approach to regulating pay. What are the arguments supporting a negative answer? Well, first of all, as I said before, we are not sure that remuneration structures generally contributed to excessive risk-taking before the recent crisis. Second, it could be that traditional regulation, meaning capital regulation, risk management regulation, is better at curbing excessive risks. So you don't need to regulate the incentives. It is enough to have good traditional banking regulation in place. Third, with all respect to regulators, they are not the best fit for designing pay arrangements, particularly if we think of the fixed percentages which are stated in the international principles and have been received in CRD4. So what would be my suggested approach? Pay arrangements should be more flexible. Boards should recover and fully exercise their corporate governance functions. Competent authorities should, of course, supervise the institutions and therefore also pay governance, reacting to flawed incentives, but they should not state ex ante what the structure should be. There are additional problems for caps on remuneration. Until now, I was criticizing the mandatory structure of bankers' pay. But there is also the cap on remuneration, which is an addition to the mandatory structure, and is part of it, of course. And here, first of all, there are the general arguments against caps on salaries in general, and you can easily imagine what are these arguments. But there are specific ones also, like, well, the first one is if you limit variable remuneration, then this will increase fixed remuneration. And in fact, what we saw in some cases, for instance, in the case of Deutsche Bank, fixed salaries went up, so that also variable remuneration could increase. Second, as has been argued by Kevin Murphy, one of the great experts in this area, the cap generates wrong incentives, and banks will more easily take on bad risks and shun good ones, because, of course, the interest to variable remuneration is more limited, so also the interest in taking only good risks is more limited. Then there will be a negative impact on the market for managers. Managers will either migrate to other countries. I admit that it will not be so frequent, but today we are more inclined to go and work in other countries, or more easily they will work for non-banks like hedge funds, private equity, etc. Also in banking, there are different models, and we should consider here that variable remuneration is typical of investment banks. And in fact, if we look at the benchmarking exercise made by EBA, we see that where the cap on remuneration really strikes is with respect to investment banks. If we take particularly British investment banks, then we see proportions like 4 times, 10 times fixed remuneration, at least until 2013. Whereas if we take traditional commercial deposit banks, particularly in continental Europe, we see that the percentage of variable remuneration was already below the threshold before that the cap was introduced. So in fact, the cap is hitting particularly the sector investment banking, which is more in need of variable pay. And then there is this inconsistency with the international principles. If you think that the cap is not foreseen by the international principles, which follow a different approach, as I explained before, in Europe we have two concurrent systems. So we have the international principles plus a cap on variable pay. What happens at other institutions? Well, the Alternative Investment Fund Management Directive includes principles which closely track the international ones. And in fact, the FSB principles are stated for large financial institutions in general, not only banks. Here in Europe, they apply on a wider scale because in Europe we don't limit them to large institutions. But the principles are there except for the cap, which is not being extended to asset managers. Similar situation in MiFID, or better, under MiFID, the international principles are not really specified, are not incorporated in MiFID. The regulation of MiFID is more in line with my arguments before. But this is presumably because, well, first of all, MiFID is an older text, and second, of course, investment firms create a different type of risk. They mainly create risks to the extent that they invest their money in securities, but particularly brokers and managers create a totally different type of risk from banks. Still, as I argued before, and maybe this topic will be taken again by some of my colleagues, if an asset manager or if an investment firm is included in a banking group, then CRD4 applies, and also the cap on remuneration applies to not only to the remuneration of bankers, but also to the remuneration of other employees in other non-banking subsidiaries. So to conclude, there is to some extent a similarity in the treatment of remuneration issues across the financial sector. Still, different business models should justify different rules. We see this to some extent, at least to the extent that the bonus cap is not applied to institutions other than banks. In the case of banking groups, rules apply on a consolidated basis, which may extend the banking supervisory approach to entities other than banks. This may also happen in the case of banks exercising activities other than banking, such as investment services. And in fact, listening to the previous panel, I was thinking maybe a solution for the investment banks, which want to keep high variable remuneration, could be to be separated, totally separated from their banking parents, and they should become autonomous investment firms. In this case, they would not be subject to any kind of bonus cap. And this could be a development in the future, meaning that the bonus cap regulation would have an impact on the structure of the banking market. Of course, my criticism of the mandatory structure of bankers' pay applies to all types of services, and as I think I made clear before, it also applies to asset managers. So, for instance, the requirements as to the percentages of variable remuneration which should be paid in kind is the same criticism that I've tried to develop with respect to banks. Okay, thank you very much.
Guido, thank you for that very comprehensive summary. I think it would be fair to say, based on your comments, that you're more critical of the structure of CRD4 than a super supporter. Let's just see to what extent you have persuaded the audience with your presentation. We'll have the first audience poll question, please. If you can put it up on the screen. Yep. Things are happening. So the question is, do you support the approach to regulating financial sector pay as set out in CRD4? So fully support, support to some extent, or do not support. So I'd be interested in seeing what the outcome is going to be. To what extent have you been swayed by the oratory excellence of Guido? Okay, now while we're watching, oh dear. 22 votes and still counting. Yep. Okay, well, we could be sitting here all afternoon watching this, but I think at the moment we can see that do not support is currently leading by a short head. Maybe I should turn to Thierry and just ask for your initial reaction, Thierry. And in particular, do you believe that variable remuneration really does encourage the wrong behavior?
I'm not from an investment bank. Yes, but only if the values, the culture, the processes are wrong. If these things are set right, if the governance is set properly, of remuneration is properly set, if the values are set, if risk management is set, if basically the bank is run in the way it should be run, I wouldn't think so. And frankly, as a psychologist, the vast majority of people have a tendency of not gambling necessarily with what they already have or what they might get. If you're somewhere like in the month of June and you know we've accumulated a nice profit, and out of this profit pool might flow, after cost of capital, etc., we know well that, which is okay, might flow a certain bonus, would people be inclined in putting that at risk? No, not necessarily. So basically my answer would be no, not again yes, but no, it doesn't push for excessive risk if all other things have been properly put into place.
Right, so if we've got the governance right, we don't necessarily need all of this overlaying of legislation to control the level of the variable pay, essentially.
If we get the culture right, the values right, etc., the selection of people right, I'm very much in favor of a strong selection and of much more freedom. So I would probably myself be in the line of support to some extent, but certainly not to the line of fully support the regulation.
Okay, Anthony, now this question of, do we have any proof that variable pay and bonuses were actually a root cause of the financial crisis? Is there any empirical evidence out there that these bonuses did drive the wrong behaviour? And if bonuses aren't the right answer, then how on earth do you motivate people to do the right thing?
Well, I'm not all-knowing when it comes to empirical studies about incentives, but I have been on the lookout for this empirical evidence ever since we started talking about this, or ever since the financial crisis, and I personally have not come across anything. I have, in many conferences, asked anybody in the audience if they could please point me to something which would be useful and helpful in this regard, and I've never, ever had any response. So and not even from regulators either. They have not been able to come up to me and say, here is the proof that this is an effective way of managing excessive risk-taking. What is required? I think Thierry is absolutely on the ball when he says that what we need is a focus on the right kind of culture and getting the right kind of people. I do not believe, personally, that as long as incentives and variable pay arrangements are linked properly to sensible financial performance objectives or other objectives, non-financial, that this is something that drives people essentially. I think it's actually more of a danger, and I've seen it more in evidence in my old role as compliance. I've seen it more in evidence in terms of people taking shortcuts in terms of misconduct, cheating the system, as opposed to actually putting the banks and the shareholders' money at risk. It's actually more about people taking risks with themselves because they see maybe the chance of a bonus slipping. In other words, they've lost it already and they're trying to regain it. I think that's been more of my observance of the impact of these things. And I also think that if you focus more on the values-led kind of what is our purpose, what are we trying to achieve here, understanding what your role is within the firm and what the firm's role is within society, I think you can hit the other kind of motivations that people operate under, which is not just about remuneration, but is also about relationships, your personal status, your feeling good that you are a model citizen, if you like, and a role model for many people. This is something that fulfills many people's, drives many people's behavior. As well as personal development, where people are actually seeing an aspirational goal and moving towards that, which is, again, about goal setting. It's about what you mentioned, the mission statement or the vision thing, the culture. I think this is a far more important thing. I personally also, just on that note of do I support regulation relative to this kind of thing, I support very much regulation on making sure that we really have serious, considered remuneration policies in place, that whole procedure as to really thinking about what is the right kind of incentives, what is the right level necessary to incentivize people, and is there a broader perspective of motivation and incentivization that we can have for our leadership? That, to me, is far more important.
Thank you. I mean, I hear the arguments of people on my left and my right. If I was to be the bad cop for a moment, I mean, let's not forget that the financial crisis was a cause for great concern, and as Michel Barnier used to say, the status quo is not an option. Now, he didn't say that about bankers' bonuses per se, he said it about the audit profession, but nevertheless, the status quo is not an option. So something, presumably, did need to be done. Nadia, as a regulator and someone with some expertise in this area, firstly, what's your reaction to that? But also, I'm a numbers guy. We're talking about CRD4. What happened to CRD3?
So I can react on this. Yeah, you are right by saying that after the crisis something had to be done, and I fully agree with that because some abuses have been highlighted at that time, and that's the reason why remuneration rules showed up. When you ask me about CRD3 is, for my comprehension, exactly what Thierry said. CRD3 was a framework. The aim of CRD3 was to put for the remuneration issues a framework in place, which is the governance framework for remuneration, because remuneration is, since CRD3, part of the good governance of an institution. And the main requirements in CRD3 were what Anthony just mentioned, ask the bank to put remuneration policies in place, to think about how they structure their remuneration policy, to make in the beginning of the year a reflection, and regularly afterwards a reflection, how should my policy look like, what philosophy would I reflect through my policy, the one who has been also introduced by CRD3 saying it should be a long-term performance and not only a quantitative incentive, but remuneration should also have qualitative incentives, so that joins a little bit what you said. So CRD3 was, I think, a chance for the banks and for the sector to put in place governance rules for remuneration. So that's my meaning, and maybe it was not by most of the actors, and that throughout Europe, perceived like this. Nowadays, when we see CRD4, then we say, okay, CRD3 was maybe the right thing, and we should have implemented, and maybe then today we would not have CRD4 with a bonus cap, with stricter rules, where now we have no freedom to move anymore in the remuneration area. So that's maybe the first reaction I would have, saying the governance requirements were and are in CRD4, and they should maybe have been then implemented immediately at that time, because at that time, that's what we as a regulator also said to the sector, is you are still flexible. You still have the possibility to pay 1 to 3, I would say 300% variable for compared to the fixed remuneration. You had the flexibility, you just had to justify and to show that your remuneration, the remuneration you pay, is in line with the business strategy of the institution and is also in line with the risk policy. That was CRD3. CRD4?
This may be an unfair question, but to what extent do you feel that CRD4 was actually a populist thing to do by the political climate, recognising that the man in the Clapham omnibus out there didn't like seeing bankers getting sort of huge bonuses, many times somebody's annual remuneration, or indeed lifetime remuneration? Do you think that that was maybe perhaps a cause of CRD4? It was a populist measure?
I don't think that CRD4 was far more populist measure as could have been CRD3. I do not know exactly all the reasons. There are for sure a lot of political reasons behind CRD4, but being at the EBA and also assisting in the impact studies and seeing some analysis also on our daily work, seeing how firms, not all the firms there are, but we always have firms who try to circumvent, member states who try to circumvent, like the allowances philosophy, the allowances which have been addressed by Guido. I would say that somewhere the CRD4 and specifically the bonus cap in the CRD4, which is limiting the sector now, is a reaction on the bad students. Is a reaction on the circumvention who have been seen after CRD3 has not been applied correctly. So that's what I tried also to say in the panel before, is that all the rules on governance were left over to the sector for many years in the code of conduct, in many principles, but then where as a regulator I have the feeling that they are not taken seriously on board, that then strategy and investment strategy is much more important than regulation and governance. And maybe we have to change the minds and say, okay, regulation, good governance, and good remuneration policy is a big part of my strategy, because if those things are working, the rest of the things might come out easier. So it's not just a populist reaction, it's also a reaction that things have not been implemented or not been taken seriously as they should have been. And maybe if we see VW nowadays, this could also happen to the other sectors, because I think the same problems are still existing there too. So.
Well, you raise a good point. I mean, Guido mentioned the fact that you do have problems. I mean, the law is the law, so we have to just wake up and get on with it. But the problem of where you have both financial entities in a group and non-financial entities, maybe Thierry, I could just turn to you. I mean, how is that going to work? I mean, is it going to have unintended consequences?
absolutely it has. It has in three different dimensions. The first one is functional mobility. Means a group like BNP Paribas has bank, but has an insurance company, has a real estate company, has an investment company, etc., etc. Has sometimes for a short period of time a majority shareholding in companies that are completely outside of the banking world. Simply, why? Because we might do a debt for equity swap, or. Obviously, they all now have to be treated in the same way, which is complicated. The second one is geographical mobility, means we're now, we had it on the question or the point on the panel before, did we see a lot of people leave for Singapore or Hong Kong or so? Not at all. Do we have problems on the other side in Singapore or Hong Kong to keep staff on board if they get job offers from non-European entities? Yes, absolutely. And that puts us at a local disadvantage compared to non-European regulated companies. And the third one is basically, it is what the French nicely call une usine à gaz. Telling people that you have just been promoted, that means that you will now get your, and I'm serious about the amount, you will get your €6,500 bonus paid out in 8 installments. How much, we can't tell you right now. But we can tell you the technique, and we obviously, among others, with the parts linked to the share price, we all know that share prices are much more influenced by the market and the index in general than the performance of one given company compared relative to other ones. Well, explain that to someone, especially if you want to recruit someone from one of the big fours, a law firm or whatever. What you get as a return is a nice smile, and that was about it.
Okay, now, audience, I'm going to ask you in a moment to have a go at asking some questions, but while you're thinking of your questions, let me just give one more here to Anthony, and then I'll perhaps put a question to Guido. In terms of the scope of the CRD4 and the people that get swept into this analysis, I mean, are there problems in terms of which people fall into the buckets to be assessed and which ones don't?
For sure there are, because it's a question, again, Guido mentioned the problem about proportionality, and it goes deeper than just do you have a remuneration committee or just a discussion at board level. It also goes down to what extent is this relevant. And I think another important point that Guido made was that if you actually think about what the remuneration standards are in many European countries and many European institutions, they're already within the boundaries here. So it's actually a non-discussion, and it really is reserved for some rather what Americans would call egregious examples of people who are really way above normal standards being remunerated, and this is what people have been reacting to. These are the high-profile departures, the high-profile packages for leaving and severance pays, which have brought this all to the attention, and I believe that it is a political act. It's a social policy act, which is not to say that it doesn't have its value, but from a pure economic and behavioral sciences perspective, I'm not convinced by it. I think the danger of having this kind of thing is that you start looking at who is in a risk-taking position, who is not. This is a discussion in itself, and that discussion might be skewed by considerations of this nature. I think you get an outsized focus on pay arrangements rather than the job at hand that needs to be done. And you get structuring. I mentioned to you earlier about a McKinsey report that said that given the 25% discount that can be applied to the deferral arrangements, in other words, you can assume that there's a deterioration of value of 25% per annum, means that you can actually, within the existing rules,
depending on how you structure it, you can get automatically, no need for shareholder approval, 240% bonus. And if this is going to start being the focus, I'm sorry, what should we actually be doing in boards? This is not the discussion I want to see going on. And I think it's also a question of changing the state of play in the whole of the business, the European banking business. And I think, again, Guido, I salute some of your comments in terms of is the solution ring fencing in some way, or in putting to one side the proprietary risk-taking activities, investment banking activities, and separate them from the industrial process banking, which I think makes perfect sense. There are studies out there that have looked at previously investment partnerships, very renowned big companies which were partnerships and then did an IPO, and the extent to which they have grown since the IPO, and they have increased their risk-taking significantly because they're not being held accountable to their own money anymore. Now it's not their money. They've got some shares, but they've also got a lot of cash, and they're free of those shackles. And I think the missing discussion here is actually accountability. People should be held to account for their actions as opposed to try and discuss what kind of remuneration, variable pay arrangements there are.
Fair point. Well, that's a perfect segue, because in fact we have another audience question, if you'd like to put it up on screen. What is the best way to exercise oversight of financial sector pay? You've got 4 options there. While you're reflecting on those, maybe I could turn to you, Guido, because right at the beginning of today's session, Minister Braz did say that there was a focus in Europe on trying to improve competitivity of European business. How does CRD4 put us Europeans vis-à-vis the competition in the States, for example, in the USA?
Yes, for sure. There is a competitive disadvantage. We heard aspects of it. If a European group has a subsidiary doing investment banking in New York, of course, they will have difficulties in accessing the American market for managers. At the same time, it is creating problems, I guess, to American institutions coming to London, because CRD4 also applies to the US, to the subsidiary in London of a US institution. So for sure, it has an impact on competition. It has also an impact on competition, as I said, between banking and non-banking institution. And this is a serious matter because, as we know, banks are already suffering a lot from competition by non-banking institutions. There was some talk this morning in the first panel about alternative finance and different ways of doing finance today. That is to say, ways other than banks. Yes, I think.
Okay, we seem to be having a problem with the voting system. But in the meantime, let's move on. A couple of times we've had mention of proportionality. It's not in the CRD4 per se, it's in the EBA guidelines. But I know from my own experience in my profession, where we do have the concept of proportionality for audits of smaller companies, that the auditors of smaller companies can apply proportionately lower, lighter standards. But the problem is always going to be when the supervisor or the regulator comes in and inspects what you've been doing, that they disagree with the way in which you've applied proportionality. Nadia, you're shaking your head and saying that's not an issue. Is that not an issue? And if not, why not?
We usually did not disagree because we are also aware of the proportionality principle, and in all financial directives, I consider the proportionality principle being really an important one, because you have big bank and you have small bank. You have small institutions with high risks and big institutions with smaller risks. So Personally, I think that the proportionality principle is really an important principle, and we have, while implementing remuneration policies with the banks, always taken care. And also we have also published, as a regulator, a guideline on proportionality and fixed some levels of some thresholds from which on banks could apply proportionality on the institutional level and on the personal level. So, and Jerry confirms. So I think we did not have the reaction when institutions made us a comprehensive presentation of their proportionality assessment. We usually accepted it, or we helped them to, or we explained them why, for what reason they could not maybe apply this principle, they should have to apply one or two principles and not another principle on proportionality, because they might not be in the first threshold, but maybe in the second threshold. So I always was of the meaning that proportionality is really an important issue, not only on remuneration, but for governance and for any other financial sector regulation. What I'm afraid of now is that you said it's not stated in the CRD4. It is in the principle, it is in the recital of CRD4, but what happens now is that it is contested in the guidelines, in the guidelines who have been issued for consultation, public consultation. We really could read that the proportionality principle, as it was designed under CRD3 and in the last guidelines, could not exist anymore under the CRD4. And I think this is really a big issue, not only for Luxembourg, but for all the small banks and institutions who applied this principle all over Europe, and who could apply and could have a proper governance structure for remuneration in place without having this quite heavy requirements like paying in instruments while you are not an institution who is quoted in instruments, or while you have to defer your variable remuneration, and you are an institution who at the highest variable might be 50,000 euros. Just imagine the work, and you have only 3 people or 3 or 4 high risk takers. So I hope there's still some hope that the regulators will think about this proportionality principle and maybe come back to the rules we had under CRD3.
Thank you. Let me just ask one further question for Anthony. I mean, we've had this example of UK ingenuity and the creation of role-based allowances as a way to try and circumvent the focus of the cap. Do you see scope for further unintended consequences of the legislation? Have you seen examples that you would identify as not the best thing to have done in the circumstances?
To be honest, I not really, but I think it's in Rumsfeld's unknown unknowns that is going to be. And I mentioned before the danger of focusing minds on structuring. I've seen many discussions in the past where I've seen and queried why you have senior management using senior management time discussing pay structures with the sole purpose of reducing the tax burden. I think these allowances, akin to hardship allowances, which are perfectly normal if you're being sent somewhere where you're maybe suffering worse living conditions, at least that used to be in the old days, are reasonable to an extent if they're done in the way that is actually outlined in the directive. That they are permanent, they are based on role. I think I've seen these applied in banking before, but even at lower levels, where simply because the work burden is higher, you're given additional remuneration, which is part actually of your permanent, your proper remuneration, but it's one that when you vacate that particular role and position, you go back to another role which is less demanding, let's say, and yes, you don't keep that. It's not an acquis, as they say in French. You don't get to keep the higher salary which you earned at that time because that was a hardship type of role, and now you're going back to your normal day job. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
But no, I think other than that, people are going to start focusing on the wrong issue. So risk takers will start being more worried about their compensation package than it just, well, that's it, I've agreed it, it's gone, it's there, and now I'm going to take care of my job, and I'm not going to think about bonuses and variable pay until close to the date where they're setting the budget for the pool, as it were. But I think it's focusing on the wrong thing. I think that if there is an unintended consequence, in my eyes, is that we're looking at the wrong ball.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Okay, anyone in the audience have an appetite for a question? Yes. Find the microphone. Tim has the microphone.
Thank you. Krzysztof Grabowski. I would like to come back to the question whether CRD4 was a populistic mistake. In my opinion, CRD3 was a populistic mistake because it was published in December. And the remuneration part should be the transposition to the member states' law should be since the 1st January. So it left only 2 or 3 weeks. We are at the corporate governance conference. So it was definitely it was not good governance of legislators because it is simply impossible to transpose a directive into a member state law. And if it is not transposed, it's not obligatory. So the reaction of regulators with CRD4, for me, it reminds a reaction of an angry teacher who punishes all the pupils for some of them did not follow the orders that were not obligatory.
Yeah, that's exactly the comment, Nadia, that you were making about the bad students. I mean, what is your reaction to that statement?
Yeah, I agree that the pressure, political pressure for CRD3 was really a big one, and that it was one of the first directives who has been adopted in December and has to be implemented for January. I agree on the fact. I think everybody in every member state struggled with this. We did the same thing, but before we had a CRD3, we had already the principle in 2009, and everybody could a little bit see what would come up and what would happen. And I think the Commission and all the responsible regulators who had put this policy in place were not really, how would I say, did not sanction it immediately. So people, it was in 2010, we are 2015 now. CRD4 has been published in 2013. So there are still 3 years between CRD3 and CRD4. And I think in these 3 years, maybe it was not enough has been done. And that is maybe the reaction for CRD4. We are seeing the Luxembourg sector. I said they were, most of them, all good students. We all struggled. Other regulators, we struggled. The sector struggled with it. The people who had to implement it struggled also with the regulation because the people who had to do that were different, were not at all used to work with the regulator and which such regulation because it was the HR department. So it took us also 6 months to understand each other because when I was saying, Terry knows what ICAP is, but maybe they also, some people do not have the supervisory language at the bank, at the HR department. So, and we did not understand it too. So, of course, we were all struggling to implement it, but still, I think there was some time left for the sector to react. And when we have seen, and all this reaction, the allowances. The allowances have come up because not because of the Luxembourg financial sector, because they are, I would say, the good students, but because of the British financial sector, because they came up with the allowances and they have developed this new theory on allowances, and that the Commission did not like, I suppose. Jérôme is still there. So, and after CRD3 has been implemented, a year after, we had the British government who has been asked from the financial sector to still accept the bonuses and not regulate the bonuses. I think CRD4 is the reaction on those bad students, yeah, unfortunately, a little bit. and on political pressure and on what you said before. I just don't find the word now.
Thank you. Andre, you have a question.
I have two very brief questions calling for very brief answers indeed. The first question is, Luxembourg is allowing a variable remuneration up to 200% of the fixed remuneration as others. I know of several banks that use that possibility regularly. Is that common practice in Luxembourg? Are many banks using that? And there are some indications in other countries, eventually through EBA, that this, if this possibility exists, that it is fully used by the sector to a large scale. That's my first question. The second question is that there were not very many banks failing in Luxembourg during the crisis. Fortunately, is there any hard evidence that remuneration schemes were flawed in those banks that failed?
Right. Thierry, do you want to have a shot at the first one, and Nadia or Anthony for the second? First one's for you, okay. Okay.
Yeah, the first one on the 200%. The 200% is an article in the CRD4 who has gives the possibility to pay a variable remuneration of 200%, and we did accept. We did not. All the member states who did not foresee a special threshold, like the Belgium did the 50% or the Netherlands did the 25%, are accepting this 200% threshold. We have, of course, some banks who can apply this principle, but you have to follow a strict procedure. Yeah, you have to follow procedure. You have to fulfill requirements too, and if those capital requirements, and if you don't fulfill the capital requirements, you are not allowed to apply it. So it's a trend. Some banks who can.
I know the requirements. My question is simply: are there many banks in Luxembourg using that, or is it as an exception?
I cannot. I have no statistic, but there are some banks using it, of course.
Jerry, do you want to have a shot at the second?
The banks that failed in Luxembourg and needed help were exactly a number of two. They failed because they had put their excess liquidity with their mother company, which was done in agreement with all stakeholders around possible. And, well, that has nothing, had in fact exactly zero to do with any remuneration scheme. Let me, however, add that my bank was one of them. My bank lost much more money on the government bonds we were obliged to hold in our ALM with zero weighting than we lost during the financial crisis.
A final comment from Guido.
Yes, I wanted to answer Andre's comments or questions. One is we should not only consider whether shareholders allowed a higher threshold, we should look also at the actual levels of pay. As I was saying before, even if in countries like mine, the threshold is usually taken to 200%, then if you look at the variable remuneration in practice, it is often below this threshold. And this is particularly true for commercial banks, deposit banks. A different case, of course, is investment banking. I was citing it before. Also, asset management is different. You see percentages which are much different in asset management. They can rise to 300%, 400%, as it is shown in the EBA benchmarking report. As to banks which failed, unfortunately, the studies which I was mentioning before mainly relate to US banks. As to Europe, in a paper which I've done with Cristina Ungureanu, we looked at the remuneration policies in place of CEOs in European banks which failed, and at least the principles which were applied were almost the same as the international principles which we have today. So the presumption is that the managers were paid already according to good governance practices, and the remuneration was long-term oriented, etc. And notwithstanding that, the banks failed. If I consider the recent failings of small banks in Italy, or the failing of Monte dei Paschi, which is a large bank, and it was rescued by the Italian state, I think it was mainly a question of bad risk management. I did not see anything particularly striking in the remuneration structures of the managers, but surely they took very bad risks without the board, the governance structures reacting to it at all.
Okay, with an eye on the clock, I see that the software is now working, and that recognising that perhaps the law that has been adopted does need a certain amount of fine-tuning, the audience would appear to support soft law with a comply or explain approach. Now, comply or explain was a very British invention. It never really got beyond the shores of the UK until the French worked out they could translate it as appliquer ou expliquer, and then suddenly it seemed to get sort of momentum in the European Union. But of course, we know that some countries comply or explain, other countries don't comply and don't explain, so it's hard to have a one-size-fits-all approach. On that note, let me just conclude this panel session. Thank you to all our panellists for a very active and lively debate, and perhaps you just give them a round of applause in the usual fashion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the members of this panel. You gave us a valuable input on remuneration. So this was our last panel for today, so we hope that you enjoyed this conference. We also take the opportunity to thank all our sponsors again who made this possible. And before closing this conference with a cocktail offered by ELA, I would like to give the floor to Jeremy, who will share his concluding remarks on this conference.
Right, well, it's always a challenge to take 6 or 7 hours worth of debate. Hi, Lila. I just saw you in the audience. And try and condense it down into 15 minutes. Right from the outset, the Minister Braz reminded us that, of course, the second corporate governance event took place here in Luxembourg all the way back in 2005. And I think we should just, again, congratulate ILA on its 10th anniversary. More of that to come. He also, of course, reminded us that there are many other corporate governance developments ongoing right now, including the Shareholders' Rights Directive 2, which seems to be struggling its way through trilogue, and it may well be there for some considerable time. Moving on to the first panel, influence of new types of financing on corporate governance. I think there was probably more focus on new types of financing and a wee bit less focus on corporate governance. But Jesse Fried started off with a wonderful presentation to set the scene, a great analysis of 50 startups in the States, looking at the relationship between venture capitalists and entrepreneurs and the conflicts of interest, the conflicting interests that can arise. And he came up with various governance mechanisms as to how one might address those concerns from both sides of that relationship. He talked about preferred stock, he talked about protective rights, and the crucial issue of who's going to control the board. And we had, for the first time, the concept of the independent director entering into the discussion. But of course, that panel was looking not only at venture capitalism, but crowdfunding as well. Reminded that back in 2005, that second event here in Luxembourg, crowdfunding didn't exist. And as to venture capitalists in Europe, I think the numbers are quite small, 4 billion per annum over here, 0.03% of GDP, that's quite small, and 1/6 of the size of what's going on over there in the United States. We looked at the IPO market, we were told it's down by 34% over last year. Nevertheless, 13 unicorns were born in 2015, and we're now told that it's not a unicorn, it's a dragon. I never thought I would come to a corporate governance conference and hear reference to Harry Potter, but we heard it. Then Eric asked a very leading question: what can we do in Europe to mirror the US situation? What can we do to promote growth and competitiveness and to encourage greater activity in the venture capital space? How are we doing? Well, we're not doing too bad in some respects. We're doing quite well on crowdfunding platforms, on angels and incubators and so on and so forth. And the Atomico report tells us we're actually getting there. However, in the later stages of a company's life cycle, we're lagging a bit behind. We have a problem. And he compared numbers of 6 billion in Europe versus 41 billion in the USA. And he said, well, surely now we have a role for the corporate venture capitalist, and how can we get EU companies to be more active? He looked at governance differences perceived between the European Union and the USA, the household names that we know and love like Google and others. He looked at the flat hierarchy, the concept of the best idea wins. He looked at open communications and integrated reporting. Gone will be the days of a 400-page corporate report, we hope. And of course, we talked about inclusiveness. He came up with a very interesting concept, or comment rather. It was bye-bye corporate governance. And I thought, well, that doesn't bode well for the 18th and 19th event to come next year. And welcome the new age of corporate inclusiveness. Whilst panel one was going on, we appeared to be having a parallel conference because the audience were doing their questions, although the panel didn't actually get round to responding to those questions. It's worth saying, however, that with 26 member states in the room, we do have the scope for our own public consultation, and I think those audience questions are quite informative. Moving on to panel two, the question of governance in groups and what is actually meant by the group interest. Tom Loesch started off by presenting the ILA 10th anniversary report and a history lesson which started in 1833. I think there was some in the room thinking, my God, how long are we going to be here? We established that the corporate interest had been defined, but not so the group interest. It wasn't until we had this Rosenblum precedent of 1985 that we began to see some light at the end of the tunnel, and the concept that a subsidiary can act in the interests of the group, but subject to certain criteria. And of course, it's not an easy concept to apply. I think the ILA recommendations make a very important contribution to the debate, looking at some of the issues of cash pooling, of dividends, the provision of financial support intergroup, and how one might manage some of the solution or rather some of the conflicts that come out of that, and the focus that really governance is best practice, and a lot of what we're talking about here is common sense, and that governance does provide most answers, but needless to say, one size does not fit all, and not every subsidiary is the same as every other subsidiary. We then looked at the EU dimension. We had an interesting map, which I counted. There were 16 member states that had full or partial recognition of the group interest, but we had 11 that had no such recognition. And being a mathematician, and I add the two numbers, and I think there's a missing member state somewhere. I think it was Malta, and I think it might have been annexed by the Greeks. Okay, it's the same as the UK. Well, I figured it would be, so it's 17 in favour and 11 against. Clearly that there is a very obvious trend towards more countries accepting the group interest, but I think recognition, we're not going to get there without the European Commission and the European Union giving this a little bit of a push. We have had a European consultation, 500 responses. You went through most of them. That was very brave. Generally a positive message. But there was a request for clarity and flexibility, clearly a call from our German colleagues. I think the European Commission has a mandate for action to both remove divergences across the European Union, to try and level the playing field, and to obviously reduce cost. The audience poll was quite clear. No action was not an option, so clearly something had to be done, although in terms of whether it should be hard law for the wholly owned subsidiaries or soft law for the rest of the group, I think there we were mutually sort of divided. We got into the discussion of board dynamics, the question of who chairs. Should it be the guy that flies in from the United States with jet lag, or should it be the local person who actually knows the market, knows the issues, and is more familiar with what goes on? an interesting discussion about whether you should split the managing director and the chairman roles. I think I heard a clear call for that. We then had the dichotomy of whether independent directors in a subsidiary situation are truly independent. The point raised that clearly they aren't as independent as they might be. We then moved into the afternoon session, focusing on the credit institutions, and we set the tone right from the start with a statement that you've got to be cruel to be kind. I wrote that one down. I shall remind my wife when I get home tonight. Ingeborg gave a very compelling presentation on culture and behaviour. She said clearly this is not a soft issue, and she was right. The audience question, behaviour surely does drive issues. It got the highest vote of 6.3 versus 1.5 as a paltry little response saying it doesn't. And I think there was also support for greater supervisory focus on behaviour as opposed to the conventional financial stuff that they look at in the past. We then had an overview of the DNB methodology, which I remind you is based on scientific research. And we had the iceberg concept, 10% being visible, the way people behave in a group, and then 90% less so, but the dynamic and the mindset. It seems to me that we've come up with a new sort of phrase today. No longer is it the tone at the top, it's the tone at the tip, right? Remember the iceberg. Now, of course, with global warming, you know, there may not be icebergs around in the future. We'll have lots of water coming out of our ears. It'll be the tone at the tap, but right now it's the tone at the tip. We had some very interesting examples of the pension fund getting into property and questions as to whether that was the right solution. I can think of other quite good examples that demonstrate problems of group dynamics in the board. There was a general consensus, however, this is not a new issue. We've had codes of conduct going back since Cadbury, but maybe application of those codes is a problem. That's something I think that Nadia has mentioned on the last panel. And it also explains why we've had to move to harder law to respond to the inactivity on these sort of codes of conduct. Numerous mentions of the need for greater awareness and greater training. Also the need to get a balance between the role of the supervisor and the role of the board. And there is a risk, in fact, that as supervisors get more focused on the ex-ante, not the ex-post, they could find themselves actually sort of running the company, and that does raise all sorts of issues around liability and other related concerns. We had a good and vibrant discussion about board composition, needing to get the right skills in the boardroom, getting a right mix of diversity, whether it be gender, geography, or whatever, and then we came back to a discussion around fit and proper. Also, the question, though, of whether this volume of rules is going to reduce the supply of available talent to get the right people onto boards. Thierry clearly concluded that there was no problem of getting men on boards, there was going to be a problem with women, and we were then reminded that Lehman Sisters should have been the name of Lehman Brothers, and we would have had a crisis in the first place. But I think the last note I took here was that there is a shift away from the supervisor focus ex-ante, more for ex-ante than ex-post, and also a general concern that perhaps we've got too many rules, and I think supervisors have an active role to play in helping companies comply with the rules. That brought us on to the closing panel. I don't really need to summarise our last panel because we've only just had it, and it's all fresh in your mind. Let me just say that CRD4 has clearly identified challenges. There wasn't much support for the basis upon which CRD4 was looking to regulate remuneration. I think there was a concern about the way that it's going to apply in groups where you've got both regulated and non-regulated entities, concern about the implications of outside the European Union. But all I think we had a very vibrant and active discussion. In fact, it really culminated a day of intense activity. I would like, to this stage, I think, just to thank the organisers. This, for the Ministry of Justice here in Luxembourg, is their last event of the presidency. They are going to be breathing a huge collective sigh of relief as they go to a very, very well-earned rest over the Christmas period. So a round of applause to the Ministry of Justice. Also, a thank you to all of our panellists and speakers, including my own panel up here today. A round of applause again for the speakers. Thank you. And of course, to our sponsors, it gives me great pleasure to call upon Ray Shadek, who is the current president of the ILA, who is going to say a few closing remarks. Somebody came up to me and said, "Do you know Ray?" Ray and I have known each other since 1982, but I won't steal any more of your thunder, Ray.
Don't be afraid, I won't be long. But as Jeremy said, we met in '82, so a couple of weeks after I joined one of the big four first firms as a first assistant here in Luxembourg, I was asked to go to my first client, and somebody said, "You will meet somebody from London, he will be supervising you." And I came there, and it was Jeremy. And since then, we have been working for nearly 30 years in the same firm. Okay. So I just want to say that as ELA, we are obviously proud to be the sponsors of this great conference. It was a great success, I think, okay, at least my conclusion. And as the Minister of Justice, Mr. Braat, said this morning, growth and progress need to be accompanied by trust and responsibility. That's exactly the mission we as ELA try to fulfill since 10 years, okay, which means to do everything possible to support all of our members who sit in boards to spread that trust and take that responsibility that is expected from us. We do that obviously through sharing best practices, producing reports, doing conferences, but also very much through our relatively developed training programs. This year we have been running 31 training sessions on different topics. So in total, we will exceed more than 50 sessions, training sessions, but on 31 different topics. And we will close the year with nearly 5,000 training hours for 2015. We seem to, as you see, we seem to be relatively successful, which is also shown by the fact that we have 2 months ago, we have accepted our 1,000th member here in Luxembourg, okay, and I'm also very proud to say that I'm a number person, as you might know, okay, so that 50% of the panelists today are active ELA members. With that, I wish you all of success, okay, and sharing the interesting topics or interesting information we have heard today, continue to share that at the cocktail which we are pleased to offer. Thank you very much.